All right, looks like we're all here now. Ms. Robertson, do I call this to order or does Mr. Sanders or Ms. Marshall call this to order now?
Ms. Marshall, I think you were going to handle this portion of the meeting up until
Yes.
later in the agenda when officers are elected.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. The January 5th, 2022 council meeting will come to order. At the direction of City Council, this meeting was postponed and continued from January 3rd due to inclement weather and the many effects of widespread power outages and other damage. The continuance of the meeting to tonight was publicized with a press release, updates to the city calendar and website, and notices sent to Zoom webinar registrants. This meeting is divided into several sections, including 1, a closed meeting, 2, an organizational meeting where council will select its mayor and vice mayor, and 3, the regular city council business meeting where the newly elected mayor will preside. I will fill the role of presiding officer until council elects a mayor later at the 6:30 portion of this meeting agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you call the roll, please?
Counselor McGill,
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Counselor Payne,
Here.
Counselor Pinkston,
Here.
Counselor Snook,
Here.
Counselor Wade,
Here.
At this time, City Council has business for a closed session. Is there a motion to convene within a closed session?
I move pursuant to section 2.2-3712 of the Virginia Code, I hereby move that the City Council close this open meeting and convene within a closed session as authorized by Virginia Code section 2.2-3711 A7 and A8 for consultation with legal counsel regarding implementation of the awarded contract with the Robert Bob Group for services, and for consultation with legal counsel regarding the pending litigation filed in Charlottesville Circuit Court, case number CL 21-617, and in the U.S. District Court, Western District of Virginia, case number 321-CV-00045, because such consultation would adversely affect the negotiation or litigation posture of the city. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second was heard first by Councilmember Snook. Ms. Thomas, would you take the vote, please?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Counselor Wade,
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. City Council is now in closed session and will return to this link for the open meeting.
Missed. Hello, everybody. Are we set, ready to go on the communications end?
We are indeed.
Excellent. I just wanted to make sure we've got, all right, then. I move that the city council members certify by recorded vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a second been spoken, Ms. Thomas, would you take the vote?
Could we clarify who that second was from? I heard Counselor Snook second, but I'm not sure who the first person was.
That was Counselor Wade.
Okay. Now for the vote, Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Counselor Wade.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, we will go ahead and move forward into the regular meeting. Is that appropriate, Ms. Thomas? I call the January 5th, 2022 City Council meeting back into order. We will now observe a moment of silence. Thank you. We have established that a quorum is present, and it appears that all counselors are present. So we can, I'm so sorry. Ms. Thomas, can you please call the roll?
Actually, you were doing just fine. We have
Was I?
established, yep, we've established that a quorum is present, and with all counselors present, we can go ahead and move into the organizational meeting.
Wonderful, thank you. So our next order of business is the election of mayor and vice mayor for 2-year terms. Both positions are elected by the city council as a body. The person elected to serve as mayor will preside over city council meetings and may call special meetings, make some appointments to advisory boards, and serves as the head of government for ceremonial purposes and official functions. The vice mayor substitutes whenever the mayor is not available. Tonight, the members of city council will be given an opportunity to nominate an individual counselor to serve as the council's presiding officer and mayor, and may make brief remarks in support of that nomination. That'll be roughly 2 minutes, counselors. Following a nomination, I will then call a second. Once the nomination has been seconded, the nominee will be given the opportunity to accept or decline that nomination. I will call for any additional nominations, and if any nomination fails to receive a second, that nomination fails and will not be voted on. Once all nominations are completed, the clerk of council will conduct a roll call vote, and each member will be asked to identify the one specific nominee for whom the member is casting his or her vote. And then we will repeat that process for vice mayor. So at this time, I now open the floor for nominations for the position of mayor, and self-nominations are acceptable.
A point of clarity.
Mhm.
Are self-seconds acceptable?
I am going to ask our official parliamentarian, who is our city attorney, Ms. Roberts, to double check me, but I do not believe you can nominate yourself and second yourself. I believe you may nominate yourself and it would require an additional counselor to second that nomination.
But
I
what
agree with
if-
that interpretation, yes.
what if I nominated myself and then Lloyd seconded that? Oh, no.
That is fine.
Nominated me
that
and
would be
I
fine.
seconded it.
That would be fine.
Mhm.
And
Just
just to be
checking.
clear, a second just allows a nomination to move forward for consideration.
Thank you.
And I think the question was more if, let's say, if Sina were to nominate somebody, could that somebody second that own person's nomination? Is that?
Yes,
was that
so
question?
the second just has to come from somebody other than the person making the nomination.
Yeah. Okay.
I nominate Lloyd Snook for mayor.
I second that nomination.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded for Lloyd Snook to be nominated as the position of mayor. Councilor Wade, did you have any statements you would like to make in support of your nomination of Councilmember Snook?
Yeah, well, I've worked with Lloyd for many years and outside of council, of course, and I think that he has the knowledge of governance to handle this position. I think he understands the great importance of this position, that the eyes of not only the city, but a much broader audience will be looking upon him. And I think that he understands the importance and knows what it takes to hear everyone's voice. And I think that he has the time to take on this responsibility. So those are my comments.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Snook, would you accept your nomination or do you decline?
I would accept it. And Ms. Presiding Officer, I think you said I could make a brief statement of my own.
Yes, sir.
So over the last couple of years, we've learned that to be effective leaders of change, we need two things. We need a vision and we need the ability to build a team to realize that vision. Our comprehensive plan sets out a compelling vision for the city that I think all five of us endorse. A city of equity and opportunity where all people can thrive, a city with a rich and diverse culture where all people are welcomed and valued and respected, a well-planned city of neighborhoods with a variety of affordable housing choices, a city that demonstrates environmental and climate leadership, a government where all of our employees are respected and where decisions are made with an eye on racial equity. We have the vision piece, but we haven't been able to build a team to realize that vision. I'd like to be the next mayor because I want to lead the recruitment of a good city manager who can lead Charlottesville for a decade or more, a city manager who shares our vision of an equitable and inclusive, high quality, high functioning government, a city manager who has the training and experience to help us bring that vision to reality. In the meantime, though, we can get started on why we were all elected. The comp plan articulated 308 different strategies over 7 substantive areas of concern, but what it does not do is to say how we will mold that laundry list into a program of action. Last year, the Housing Advisory Committee and 2 different task forces on criminal justice reform made some real progress on important issues by involving our residents. We have a lot of smart people in Charlottesville. I'd like to set up similar committees to advise council and the Planning Commission, in addition to the Criminal Justice and Marcus Alert Task Forces and the Housing Advisory Committee, a Climate Change Advisory Committee, a group to work on transit and transportation policy, a group to develop a plan for historic Charlottesville, embracing the statues and parks and Court Square and all of that. We need to get started right away, though, with the recruitment effort for our next city manager. We have 2 excellent deputy city managers. They, with an interim city manager, need to keep filling the vacant management positions. Then, as we launch those committees and city manager applicants start looking at Charlottesville, they will not see a government paralyzed. They'll see a government that's moving forward. They'll see a train they'll want to jump onto. We have a good vision. We need to build our team. I'd like to be the next mayor to lead that rebuilding.
Thank you. The floor continues to remain open should there be any additional nominations.
I would like to nominate Michael Payne for mayor.
I will second it.
Vice Mayor McGill, Would you care to say a few words supporting your nomination of Councilmember Payne?
Yes, I feel that Counselor Payne is very good at bringing people together across many different places. I have seen him put into words clearly thoughts and ideas that are often complex and make them reachable, and is someone who I know would do a very good job as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Payne, I know that you seconded, but for the record, would you consider accepting or declining your nomination?
I would accept it.
All right. And would you like to say a few words about why you would like to serve?
Sure, I'll try to speak briefly. But I think, in my 2 years on council, I've seen even more firsthand that we are a divided community, and divided along race, class, ideology, education level. And this has been at a time of unprecedented crisis in a lot of ways. Certainly a global pandemic that has removed in-person community in a way that has frayed our social fabric in a way that I think we will take years to fully understand the full impact that that's had. And I've seen how these divisions have had an impact on council, on staff, our community. And most importantly, I think our ability to do public policy work. Specific issues like implementing our affordable housing strategy, creating the land bank, creating our climate strategy and implementing it, as well as small things we see every day, like recent calls from the community to take actions about Fifth Street. I mean, that's a perfect example of a well-functioning city government is critical to being able to respond to that effectively in a timely manner. I'll also say in my 2 years on council, I've seen us have critical, difficult conversations that we haven't had in years. I've also seen us make real policy progress, in many ways in unprecedented ways, on things like our future land use map, an unprecedented resident-led redevelopment of public housing in Friendship Court, one of the highest per capita affordable housing expenditures in the entire country. And I think it's vital for us going forward. If we're going to create stability, I think it will require us to have stability, not only for stability's sake, but stability with a mission and goal in mind of continuing that work and executing that work and building the team on council and on staff to execute it. And the final thing I would say is, I think it will also require us to engage with the public, explain the decisions we're making, explain what it takes to turn a policy idea from a demand into reality and the difficulties of it, explain the setbacks we've had on being able to implement policies like collective bargaining, implementing our affordable housing strategy, figuring out how we're going to fund it, implementing pay equity across our organization, and countless other issues. And so whatever decision we make tonight as a council, whatever decision council makes, I think it is critical that we will not achieve stability unless it is stability with a mission in mind, specific achievable policy goals, and we show our commitment through our policy actions, as well as engaging in the community and acknowledging that a lot of trust has been lost. There's a lot of bridges we have to build, a lot of bridges we have to repair, a lot of difficult conversations we have to have. And, I hope that I can play a role in doing that. I won't pretend that I could ever do that alone, or that if you look out the entire community, that I'm the person who would be, the best able to do it. I do think I have something to offer. And we're going to have to be committed to that and acknowledge the failings we've had collectively as council. There's a lot of reasons for it, but we haven't been where we need to be. And again, I'll just underline, and until we have a mission in mind for stability and we're engaging with the public and having difficult conversations and confronting our own failings as council and the reasons, both historical and recent, that we've lost trust, with many segments of the community, we will not achieve stability. And with that, I've talked long enough, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor remains open should there be any further nominations. Counselors, would you like to nominate any additional individuals? Hearing none and seeing no individuals unmute, the nominations for the position of mayor are now closed. Ms. Thomas, will you please please call for a roll call vote to ask each member to identify the nominee for whom he or she is casting his or her vote.
The selections are Counselor Snook and Counselor Payne. Counselor McGill, your vote.
My vote is for Counselor Payne.
Counselor Payne,
Vote for myself, Counselor Payne.
Counselor Pinkston,
My vote is for Counselor Snook, please. Thank you.
Counselor Snook,
I'm voting for Lloyd Snook. Thank you.
and Counselor Wade.
Counselor Snook.
Thank you.
By a vote of 3-2, council has selected Lloyd Snook as mayor of the city of Charlottesville for the 2022-2023 term. Congratulations, Mayor Snook.
Thank you.
I will now open the floor for nominations for the position of vice mayor. Self-nominations continue to be accepted. Is there a nomination for vice mayor?
Yes, I would nominate Counselor Juan Diego Wade.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, that nomination.
Mr. Pinkston, would you like to take a few minutes to discuss why you believe Counselor Wade would be a great pick for this position?
Absolutely. Juan Diego Wade has been a fixture in this community for decades. He served at all levels. He has so much to contribute. He has a courageousness, but also a humility that is instructive for me. And I'm grateful for his leadership in the city. And I think that he'd just make a fantastic vice mayor. And I hope others will vote the same.
Thank you. Counselor Wade, would you like to accept or decline your nomination?
Accept.
Would you like to take a minute to talk about why you would like to take this position on?
Yes, I have kind of fancied myself a type of person that works behind the scenes to help get things done and look at the fruition of the efforts of myself and others. And I hope to be able to use my many, Brian said decades. That makes me sound old, but I get what you mean. But many years of developing relationships in the community through all parts of the community to bring people together, as Michael said, as Sina has said, that I hope to be able to do that kind of in a behind the scenes format. And I think that I'm the person that can do that, that I can work well with any individuals, and particularly my four colleagues on council.
Thank you, Counselor Wade. Are there any additional nominations for the position of vice mayor? Hearing none and seeing no motion towards unmuting, the nominations for the position of vice mayor are now closed. Ms. Thomas, will you please call for a roll call vote to ask each member to identify the one nominee for whom he or she is casting his or her vote?
Counselor McGill,
Juan Diego Wade.
Counselor Payne,
Juan Diego Wade.
Counselor Pinkston,
Juan Diego Wade.
Counselor Snook,
Juan Diego Wade.
Counselor Wade.
Me.
Thank you.
By a vote of 5-0, the council has selected Juan Diego Wade as Vice Mayor of the City of Charlottesville for the 2022-2023 term. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Wade. Council will take a brief recess and reconvene at, does 6:10 or 6:15 suit you all's fancy better?
Mean 7:10?
Yes, I did. That's what I meant.
7:10 would give us 14 minutes. That's probably good enough.
Sounds wonderful. Council will take a brief recess and reconvene at 7:10.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we've got everybody back. Is that right? Everybody here? Can you, I'm not hearing anything from anybody else.
I'm here.
Okay,
Likewise.
good.
No,
Okay,
I count all counselors present.
yes. All right, so I call the January 5th, 2022 City Council meeting back to order. Apparently there was a momentary glitch in some of the video feed, and some people may have missed the fact that Juan Diego Wade was elected vice mayor. And so we'll announce that again to the rest of the world. Congratulations, Mr. Wade, Mr. Vice Mayor Wade. So the first item on the agenda here is for approval of the agenda itself. And I would like to make one suggestion, and that is that we move the consideration of boards and commissions for council seats from a position up front to basically the end of the agenda. The reason is that we were originally, last time we did this 2 years ago, we had that discussion in closed session. We simply came out and read off the list of who was going to go where. We've since been advised by the city attorney that we're really not supposed to do that in closed session. So we haven't done it in closed session. So we're going to have that discussion in open session. No problem with that, except that I'm not sure that the rest of the world who is accumulating for listening to other things really wants to hear us hash through all of that. So I would like to suggest that we move the boards and commissions consideration to the, I guess it would be item 10 on the agenda, if that suits everybody.
It's fine with me.
Okay, can I have a motion for approving the agenda with that amendment?
I would first like to verify with both the clerk of council and our attorney that there's nothing wrong with that. The only reason I'm asking is because we the boards and commissions one, and that starts before the consent agenda, and I just wanted to double check that.
It's just making an adjustment to the agenda, so I think that's fine.
Okay,
I agree.
Yeah, I move that we move the selection of boards and commissions to the end at item 10, as you've suggested.
and otherwise moving approval of the agenda as amended?
Correct.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Thomas, take the vote.
Yes. Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Counselor Snook, Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got an agenda. Announcements, are there any announcements before we get to Denise Bonds?
I have one, I just have to pull it up.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. I want to make sure everyone knows Mr. Alex Zanz, Dr. Martin Luther King Community Celebration, Continuing His Dream and Works, Charlottesville, Virginia, in commemoration of the civil and human rights pioneer, Dr. Martin Luther King. The 9th annual event will be telecast on Comcast Channel 14 on Monday, January 17th, 2022 at 7 p.m. and at alex-zan.com and YouTube. The event is created and coordinated by Arthur Award and Trailblazer, Mr. Alexand. Highlights include 7th Alice B. Lugo Award speaker, Minister Jaquan Chisholm, and I do apologize if I have mispronounced your name. Musician, vocalist Michael Terrell Jr., drummer extraordinaire Alexis Noel, Alexand's ex-treasures and the lifesavers, and more. Mistress of Ceremonies, Miss Dominga Murray, NBC 29. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing no other announcements to be made. Next item would be to hear from Dr. Bonds. Dr. Bonds, are you with us?
I am. Thank you so
Great.
much.
There you are. Tell us what's going on.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I am going to share my screen here. Oh, I need the host to allow me to share my screen.
I am not the host, so I don't know who does that.
It should be head of communications. There we go. All right, so you should be seeing my first slide. Can someone give me a thumbs up for that? Yes, perfect. So tonight I'm going to update you on COVID. But I want to first start, because of the winter storm we've had this week, remind everybody about winter storm safety. Many who are not listening to this because they're out of power are still struggling with the quite unexpected storm that we had this week. And so I just want to remind those people who are listening that can share with family and friends that individuals should be sure and stay off the road during the storm and avoid the tree limbs, particularly if there's any power lines associated with that, and there were a lot this time. When we do have the really bitter cold, it's important to limit your time outside, particularly if you have underlying health conditions. Critical right now for all of those us, and including myself, that's still struggling with the power loss, is to watch the carbon monoxide. If you're using a generator to keep lights on or your refrigerator running in your house, make sure that the generator is far enough away from your house so that you're not getting seepage of carbon monoxide. And you should have a carbon monoxide detector, and be sure and check its batteries because it's running on battery power right now if you don't have electricity. Avoid overexertion when you're shoveling the snow. That's pretty key, particularly. Watch for signs of frostbite and hypothermia, again, particularly for those people who don't have heating going on in their house. And be a great neighbor and go and check on your neighbors, make sure they're doing well. Make sure that if they don't have electricity, that they've got access to someplace warm to go and plenty of water and food to eat. So just some key safety tips, particularly in light of another storm coming tomorrow night. So now let's move on to COVID, which is also taking us by a storm right now, as it were. We are having really one of the highest outbreaks that we've had right now. As you can see, there were 200 plus cases identified across the health district today, and there were over 300 for the whole health district yesterday. We have seen a very large increase in our numbers recently, and that is because of the Omicron variant. We do variant typing on a number of individuals in the Commonwealth and here locally as well. And you can see that Delta, which is this dark blue color, has really been the predominant variant being seen across the state and also here locally. Up until recently, it still is the predominant variant, but we are beginning to see Omicron in our health district and across the state. We expect the proportions of Omicron to increase, but it is important for the public to remember that Delta variant is still present in the community. The Omicron variant is troublesome because it has many more mutations and deletions, as you can see from the cartoon in the right-hand side of the screen. The little blue dots represent mutations, and the red dots represent substitutions or deletions in the virus. And that's made it more easily transmissible from person to person. It does appear that the symptoms are somewhat milder than we see with the Delta variant, but very similar symptoms. The vaccines are perhaps a little less effective at preventing symptomatic non-hospitalized disease. So if you are infected with Omicron, you probably will have some symptoms, although not everybody. The risk of hospitalization does appear to be lower, especially if you have received your vaccine plus your booster at this point in time. I do want to put a big caveat around all of this, though, and that is the data from Omicron is being gathered primarily in Europe and in Africa, and the vaccine rates and the previous infection rates are different in those countries. And so while this information will probably hold true, I think we still need to gather more data from here in the United States before we make before we consider all of this to be absolutely true. So what can you do at this point in time? Well, the first thing, and I know this, I say this every time I'm here, but is get vaccinated. Vaccines are safe and effective. It is really important that if you're now greater than 5 months, and that's a change since your second mRNA shot, that is whether you got Pfizer or Moderna, you should go get a booster at this point in time. If you got J&J as your first vaccine, you should also go and get a booster if it's been more than 2 months since your first shot. At this point, you may want to consider upgrading your mask. A surgical mask probably provides slightly better protection than the cloth mask, although cloth masks are very effective, and particularly if they're multi-layer. The N95 and the KN95 do provide better protection. They are somewhat more difficult to find, and some individuals find it harder to breathe through those masks, but they do have slightly better blockage of viral particles. It's really key that when you wear your mask that it covers both your nose and your mouth completely. Masks are only as effective as how well we wear them. And I do see a lot of people that have them only covering their mouth, or have them hanging down at their chins, and they're not going to do you any good, nor are they going to do your neighbors or loved ones any good if you're not wearing them effective. Remember to keep your distance. 6 feet is best. Outdoors is better than indoors. And so when the days are nice and you want to meet with friends, I encourage people to do that in an outdoor setting. If you are going to visit a crowded indoor location, please wear a well-fitting mask that covers your nose and mouth. And then finally, it's always important to wash your hands, particularly this time of year when we have so many other viral diseases circulating. So with regard to vaccination, how are we doing? Well, just over 34,000 individuals in Charlottesville, so this is Charlottesville only data right now, have received at least 1 dose of the COVID, approved COVID vaccine. That works out to be about 73% of all population, or 77% of our adults. We do have 30,000 individuals who are fully vaccinated, and by fully vaccinated here, I mean 2 shots of an mRNA vaccine or 1 shot of J&J. That works out to be 64% of our population, or 69% of adults. With regard to individuals who have gotten boosters or a 3rd dose, for the entire population, that's 34%, and for adults, it's 40%. We do continue to see particular groups that are lacking in our vaccination efforts. Again, this is Charlottesville only data that I'm showing you right now. We do have a really great response in the 5 to 11-year-olds. 59% of eligible children in that age group have gotten at least 1 dose of their vaccine. And since they've only recently become eligible for vaccine, we think that's a pretty good success rate, and we'll continue to target that group in the coming year. Where we're not seeing such great uptick of our vaccines is the 18 to 24-year-olds, where only 50% of the population have gotten at least one dose. And we will continue to work on getting this age group vaccinated as we move forward. With regard to vaccination by race and ethnicity, we can see that we have very good uptake amongst Asians, Latinos, and the Native Americans. We have reasonable uptake amongst our white population. We are still struggling a little bit in the Black population at 56%. And again, we will continue to do special outreach in the coming year to try and improve that vaccination rate. I do want to talk a minute about the new guidance from the CDC. So this just came out recently, and it's a pretty significant change from what they were recommending before. So if you are infected with COVID, either through a laboratory test done by your doctor or at one of the vaccine testing sites across the area, you should isolate. And the CDC has now changed the recommendations to 5 days of isolation from either the start of your symptoms or if you are asymptomatic from when you have a positive test. You should do a longer isolation, that is the full 10 days if your symptoms are more than mild. That is, if you have moderate to severe symptoms, you should stay home for the full 10 days. If you have a continued fever at 5 days, continue to isolate. Or if you've had mild symptoms, but there's not been any improvement in them, then you should also continue to isolate. Now, on day 6 to 10, you can leave isolation if you are improving and your symptoms were mild to begin with, and you can wear a well-fitting mask over your nose and mouth consistently when you are around any other individuals. So you can go to work, you can go about your daily business, but you must wear a mask because some percentage of the population will remain infectious on days 6 through 10. And the only way to cut down on that infectiousness is to wear that well-fitting mask. You should consider obtaining an antigen test at the end of 5 days. That is, when you're leaving your isolation from your home, get an antigen test. That's a rapid test. And if it's positive, you should consider staying in isolation because you're probably still infectious at that point in time. If you're exposed, but you haven't come down with COVID or you have tested and haven't been tested, you should quarantine. If you're here, it varies considerably on whether you're fully vaccinated or not. You don't have to quarantine, although you do have to wear a mask when you are around others if you are over the age of 18, fully vaccinated, and you have a booster. Or if you have had a confirmed case of COVID in the past 90 days. I'm going to talk about school-age kids on the next slide. So no quarantine, just wear a mask for 10 days if you're fully vaccinated with a booster or you've had confirmed COVID in the past 90 days. COVID providing you with the immunity that fully vaccination and booster would. You should quarantine at home for 5 days post-exposure and then wear a well-fitting mask on day 6 through 10 if you're not vaccinated, or if your mRNA vaccine series is greater than 5 months old, or your J&J is greater than 2 months ago and you have not received your booster. And then finally, you should get tested 5 days after exposure to see if you've become infected or if you develop any symptoms. So this is a change. We will post this information on our website and we will, it's posted on the VDH and the CDC website as well. So a couple of exceptions to that. Those who have moderate to severe illness, then the CDC is recommending isolation at home for the full 10 days. If you are a healthcare worker, there is separate CDC guidance that I'm not going to go through tonight because it varies on how the healthcare staffing situation is. If you are in a congregate living situation, the CDC recommends quarantine for the full 10 days. If you are immunocompromised, there is very specific CDC guidance, and you should really look at their guidance document. And finally, very young children or those who cannot wear a mask, that is, they're disabled or they have other issues that would prevent them from wearing that mask, should quarantine at home for the full 10 days. Let's talk about school-age kids. The health district is recommending to schools that they continue their full 10-day isolation and quarantine. And we're doing this because our goal is to keep children in school and to keep schools open. We know that our vaccination levels are lower, particularly in younger children, since they've just become eligible for the vaccine. And we do know that the ability to wear a mask all day long, although pretty good for kids, can be a challenge, particularly around meal times and in the outdoor setting when children are playing. And we believe that this is going to lead to higher infection rates if schools adopt the 5 and 6 through 10 rule that the CDC is giving. We are in frequent contact with schools. We meet with school officials every week. We will continue to look at options. The state is considering a test to stay option that many of our schools in the area would like to adopt if that becomes available to them. So know that we are reevaluating this on a regular basis, but always with the goal of keeping our children safe and in school and schools open. Testing has been a problem, we know, for many people. So the first is please try and seek testing outside of the emergency room. That's really not the best place to get testing, and it results in emergency rooms being filled up with individuals who can be more appropriately diagnosed and treated in other settings. Here in the Charlottesville area, we're very fortunate. We have testing every day of the week, Monday through Friday. There's a list here, I won't read it, but there's also a list on our website that you can go to. You can scan the QR code to find where our testing is. I will say that Next Molecular, which is a contract company that works with us for testing in the Fashion Square Mall at the JCPenney end of the mall, is moving to a no registration, walk-in only situation. So you don't have to register, you just show up and you can get tested. There are other testing options outside of the free testing on the previous slide. And I just want to mention them because there is some confusion about where you get your test results. So there is a testing company called Test Here that's in the Seminole Square shopping center that will offer a whole variety of testing. It's near where the vaccination center is. There is another testing company called Personic at the north end of Fashion Square Mall that is down where the old Sears used to be. And you need to ask them how to obtain your test results. We get people calling us and we just don't have access to those test results. Many local pharmacies, and you can use the VDH testing locator, will offer COVID testing. And then you can purchase rapid antigen tests at pharmacies or through the mail. The FDA website lists those antigen tests that have received emergency authorization. So those you can use at home. Some require access to the internet because they're proctored, but most do not. And then finally, I want to just remind people of the vaccination locations. We are at every health department in the health district every week. We are at the downtown mall still on Monday in Moby, our mobile van vaccinations, bright teal, right down at the government office end of the mall. And then the community vaccination center that is affiliated with us in Seminole Square operates Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can register to get your vaccine, including your booster, or you can walk in. They're very efficient, and really we've heard great reviews about them. Finally, our hotline does continue to operate, and you can call for questions. And finally, vaccines.gov will provide you other locations where you can get vaccines, including many pharmacies in our area. And so I will stop sharing my screen and I would be happy to answer any questions that the counselors may have.
Any counselors have any questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions or comments. Nice to see you again, Dr. Bonds. I'm kind of have a different hat on this time. I really appreciate your informative updates. Couple of questions. Can you let me and the public know again about the advantages of double masking?
Yeah, absolutely. So masks prevent viral particles on two sides. One, they prevent you if you're infected and you don't know it from spreading those viral particles. And then they do provide some protection for you as the wearer against viral particles that may be floating in the air. Double masking adds additional layers of protection. And so one strategy that many people have adopted, and I think it's a really good one, is to put a cloth mask on top of your surgical mask to provide that extra protection. I think that's a very valid way of keeping yourself safe and to helping protect your loved ones, friends and family. Again, I want to emphasize that the most important thing with any mask is that it must cover both your nose and your mouth. I do see so many people that have them loose down below their nose, and they're really very ineffective at protecting others and protecting yourself. So
thank you very much. Another question that I have is about the effectiveness or the decreased effectiveness of boosters after, I'm hearing different things after 10 weeks, after 8 weeks. Do you have any insight on that, ma'am?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We don't know how long boosters are going to be effective. There's so much we still don't understand about COVID-19, and it's a very clever, if I can use that adjective, virus, and then it mutates really frequently. And so we know that the vaccines still do their job at keeping you out of the hospital, and for the most part, keeping you from having severe disease. But we don't know how they're going to act for the next variant. And we do know that there's another variant down the road, likely, because we've seen that in the past. So at this point in time, there's no recommendation beyond that initial booster. And the 2 initial shots plus the booster seems to be doing a very good job at keeping people, as I said, out of the hospital and from having severe infection, which is really the 2 most critical outcomes at this point in time. What the future brings, it's really hard to know at this point in time. I wish I had my magic 8 ball.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other counselor questions?
Just one question. I didn't see this data. I was reading the New York Times the other day, and Dr. Fauci was quoted as saying that given mass vaccination, the number to really watch now is the hospitalizations and deaths, and that in areas with significant vaccination, those rates are being decoupled from the case count like they weren't before mass vaccination. And just, are we seeing evidence of that here locally, that deaths and hospitalizations are not rising with the rate of cases that they had in the past, and that that protection is holding up and providing us a real significant change from previous periods in the pandemic?
Yeah, and those are great comments. I think it is really important to note that right now, what we want to do is keep our hospital from being overly burdened. And that's really what the vaccinations are going to do. It's challenging to know how that is playing out locally, because the hospital that posts their data regarding COVID hospitalizations is UVA, and they are a tertiary care center for a very large catchment area. And I have been watching their hospitalizations, and you can go on UVA COVID tracker and see it. There's a delay of a couple of days, but they're posted on a regular basis. And you'll see they're going up. They have pretty significant numbers in the hospital right now, and they are admitting a large number of people every day, often double digits, which has been a pretty significant increase. What I don't know is where those patients are coming from. They don't post if the locality of where they're at. And since we know that people are often transferred to UVA when they need specialty care, and we know that when other hospitals are burdened, they often send to our area. So yes, we're seeing an increase. Certainly, that's again another great reason to go and get your vaccination if you haven't, because we want those hospitals to have beds available if you have a heart attack or some other condition that requires it. So I think Dr. Fauci's statement is right on. I think we don't have as great a tracking system for hospitalizations. But certainly in future presentations, I can try and gather that data up to make sure that your guys are aware of what's going on in our hospitals.
Thank you.
Any other counselor questions? I don't see anybody else who is not muted. So I guess that's it. Dr. Bonds, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
We always learn a lot from you. I appreciate your coming on a monthly basis.
You bet.
May the need soon abate.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
Okay, so next item on the agenda is recognitions or proclamations. Do we have any? I'm not aware of any.
There were none sent to my office.
Okay, thank you. So that moves us on, because we're skipping boards and commissions and putting that at the end. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda 1, minutes, November 15th, closed and regular meetings, December 6th, work session, closed meeting and regular meeting. 2, resolution, appropriating funds for a COVID homelessness emergency response program, community development block grant, $680,263, second reading. Number 3, the renewal of the city market sublease agreement does not require council action and has been pulled from the agenda to be handled administratively.
Thank you. So we will now take public comment regarding items on the consent agenda as just read by the clerk. Anyone is interested in speaking, you will have 3 minutes. In the Zoom webinar, you select the raise hand option to be placed in the speaker queue. If you have joined by phone and wish to speak on the consent agenda, you may press *9. And be aware that this is not the time to comment on things like the Park Street projects, and that time will come later. This is only on the two, either the minutes or the COVID homelessness grant. Are there any speakers? I can't see any lists, so Mr. Dillhunt, you're going to have to tell us.
I see no hands currently raised.
All right. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Oh, my apologies. I see one hand raised. Elizabeth Stark.
All right. Ms. Stark?
You have 3 minutes. Can you hear us?
Hi, sorry, I accidentally clicked that. I don't have anything to say about the consent agenda.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments from council? Ms. Thomas?
Councilor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 to adopt the consent agenda. City manager response to community matters and to councilors. Is there a report from the city manager's office?
Yes, sir. Have a couple of significant reports to review with you just in light of our current weather events and the most recent traffic accident on Fifth Street. Just wanted to kind of give council an update as to progress that we're making in both areas. In regards to the storm, it's been a significantly historic weather event, as we all know. I want to just advise that our staff members are working well in this particular situation with some of the key staff leading this particular response with only having been on the job for less than 7 working days. Our snow operations manual update for 2022 must at this moment be well tested. We've worked through a number of significant challenges with staffing, along with battling COVID, as Dr. Bonds just reported. Kind of go through a few of the department area reports. Both CPD and CFD have reported normal operations have resumed fully. Utilities continues to support public works with day and night shift staff support, and has resumed meter reading as a part of their ongoing efforts to regain control of basic operations. Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer's Office have maintained service, observing delayed openings as dictated by ongoing weather conditions. CAT has maintained service with multiple service interruptions, but a lot of that is beyond just weather challenges, but also staff shortages as a COVID impact has really taken root in the transportation area. We do also continue to monitor progress toward restoring power. The latest report is that 1,600 households in the city remain without power in comparison to over 22,000 in the county. The county has announced the opening of 3 warming centers, so we'll continue to monitor our situation as we also understand that some folks have lost power again. And we think, of course, that's the result of dropping temperatures and trees and lines continuing to give way. In regards significantly to parks and recreation, we've had very difficult time in maintaining key staff because COVID has also ravaged our team. We were only able to activate critical areas only as a part of our operations plan to begin focusing on just those critical routes. We finished up those routes today and will expand the cleaning of park debris tomorrow. We only have 1 or 2 people on the downtown mall as an example of how COVID has impacted our staffing ability at this time. We are moving staff around to backfill holes and various team members are being deployed across the system. We've not even taken a look at the golf course, so not that that is a priority, but we know that it will be closed through next week. So we'll be getting out there as soon as we can. In regards to public works, roads are good. We're finishing up dead end streets today, still working some down trees. There are 10 that have been reported in addition to 26 utility lines still down. That has led to some detours and we hope to continue to work through that process. We do have a night team activated looking at servicing equipment with support of fleet personnel. And of course, with the reports of additional snow coming Thursday night into Friday morning, we're very concerned about the additional weight on trees and power lines and potentially resuming disruptions of power. So we'll continue to do what we can to prepare ourselves and govern ourselves accordingly. We do expect a quick clearing on Friday because we're just all praying that, of course, we don't see a significant accumulation. Also want to just share that we know that there were some concerns with the delayed declaration of the end of the snow event and triggering that 24-hour period to clear sidewalks. Because the extent of the storm was so significant and significantly sustained power outages for many of our households is why we considered that extension. Both myself and DCM Marshall observed during our own windshield survey that many sidewalks were already cleared, and we also witnessed the difficulties some of our older residents were having with managing that task. We are working to revive the connection of volunteers to those residents, as it is important that we prioritize that kind of support over issuing citations. Just wanted to just share that we are doing what we can to push and get things back to normal as quickly as we possibly can. Moving on to, just wanted to also acknowledge the serious situation on 5th Street with the loss of life in a traffic accident. We very much remain concerned about the serious safety concern along that corridor, and definitely offer our condolences to the family in this past weekend's accident. Our traffic engineer has been working to effect improvements with a few updates I can share with you that we are pursuing a speed limit reduction. We have been working on that, and you will have that matter before you at your next meeting. In addition, we have flashing signal ahead signs that have been ordered. They've been on order for weeks now. The supply issue has really been the reason why those have not been received and installed. We intended to have that done by the end of the year, and we just have to wait until we get them. There are some intersection warning signs that were installed. We feel as though they weren't big enough, so we're in the process of expediting their swap out. And then we are looking at additional improvements at the traffic light at the Cherry and Elliott intersection, and looking for a more midterm change to removing the light where that has the green ball in place and offering a yellow flashing light instead. We recognize that these are really temporary, small fixes. They're not necessarily significant enough to prevent the various tragedies that have occurred. But we do know at this point that breaking up the street is the most effective improvement, and that is the most expensive one, of course. So we'll continue to pursue that and explore what those improvements could be. An example of that would be the installation of a roundabout midway on the corridor, but that too, of course, is going to be very difficult for us to figure out. But we're committed to doing that, and we want you to know that we're not moving away from this as a high priority. I personally just want to add with you that I have visited with 2 of the families who have lost loved ones over the years, and I've heard their pleas for intervention, and I've been working on this since I got here. Those meetings were in regards to memorializing their loved ones with markers, and that to me is the motivation that we need to continue to focus on getting the kinds of improvements along this corridor as soon as possible. In addition to that, a couple of announcements. Albemarle County and the City of Charlottesville are sponsoring a waiver of fees for the disposal of vegetative debris at the Albemarle and Charlottesville, for Albemarle and Charlottesville residents at the Ivy Material Utilization Center. Beginning tomorrow, residents and through January 17th, the Ravenna Solid Waste Authority will accept storm-related vegetative debris from county and city residents. That debris will be collected and ground into mulch and available later at the Ivy MUC. Debris will be accepted during normal business hours at the Ivy MUC, 4576 Dick Woods Road. Residents will be expected to show proof of residency and must state that the debris is storm related. We are considering, as for the city response as well, curbside debris pickup. We're not yet ready to commit to being able to do that, as we still have to get through this current event, and we still have leaf collection that is scheduled for the 22nd. And we're going to need to try to fit this in between that in a way. But we know that we're going to need to rent additional equipment, and we have a procurement conversation happening tomorrow to make that possible as well. And then the last report item I'll share is that we were initially working to bring some additional staff back to full operations. And because of the increased positive cases with COVID, we have decided to push that off. We will continue to work through our hybrid approach to manage operations, and we'll revisit how we make any changes to staffing in the coming weeks. That is the report, Mayor Snook. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Sanders. Anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of comments, particularly about the Cherry Avenue, 5th Street. You had mentioned something about the intersection of Cherry and Elliott intersection. I didn't hear what you said the improvement was, Mr. Sanderson.
Yeah, there's the signals at that site. There's some high visibility black back plates that need to be installed there. They were already installed at Harris and 5th, but we did not get them there because that's an older intersection.
I see. And I just have one other comment. You know, I did this transportation planning for many years, and we would get safety grants. And I'll assure you that this intersection, with the number of accidents and fatalities, that this will likely qualify for it. So that may help as we're planning for the more long-term, more expensive improvements to that intersection. And I understand that supply and demand and has been delaying a lot of the equipment and things that you want to install. So hopefully, that'll be in the next, several weeks. But I would like to be kept abreast of this, and any insight I can give with my background with this, I'd be happy to share, sir.
Absolutely, we appreciate that. And we are definitely looking at all options. Grants are my language. That's what I've done many years. So we'll be looking for those opportunities. And we think there's some other mitigating installations that we might be able to do. We're just trying to figure out how we can prioritize and get the most impactful things that will really put an end to the situations that we keep having happen along the corridor.
One of the things that's a little bit odd about the situation is that although there are a lot of accidents in this corridor, most of them are of the fender bender type. Most of them are congestion related. They're up around Cherry Avenue and 5th Street or Elliott. But those, of course, are not the ones that are causing the deaths. Those are typically folks who are going way, way, way too fast down that 45-mile-an-hour divided 4-lane highway and treating it as a highway and not treating it as a road or as a street. And so we have sort of two disconnected problems. One of them eligible for funding in a particular way, the other fewer numbers of cases, but they're much more horrendous results. And we've been looking at it a couple different ways over the last few years through MPO, through various other ways of getting money in. All of them seem to be 3-4 years down the road in terms of how any money is going to get allocated. So hopefully we can figure out some temporary measures that can do something to hold down the speed, because that's really what's killing people.
Sure, and I can offer to you that reference to is really tied to our having reached the conclusion that removing a lane is really not an option, because it's just going to promote more traffic, and it'll be additional fender benders as well as really creating more traffic issues in other parts of the adjacent area.
And if anybody wants to go back and look, we discussed this issue at some length in the meeting of November 16th, 2020. You can go onto the city website. You can find the minutes, which are rather cursory, but there's also a more detailed report from Brennan Duncan, the city traffic engineer, that was the basis of that discussion. So if folks are interested in what has happened, this was a report from a little over a year ago. And it's probably time to have updated in any event. And so I'll be glad to hear more about it in coming weeks. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I guess that's the end of the city manager's report. Now
Mayor,
it's not. Oh, yes.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I just wanted to thank the DCM Sanders and Ms. Marshall as well for y'all's work this week. I know it's been very hard, and whatever you could do to convey to city staff our thanks.
I would add, I saw a lot of folks out there driving snowplows up until I think that one guy said, "Hey, I've been at it 12 hours. I've got to quit at 6:30 or they'll fire me." I know they've been working real hard and really well.
Yes, we'll definitely express that to all involved. It has been all hands on deck for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
I just wanted to bring up very quickly, I know a number of people have been very concerned about warming shelters. I know that our DSS team, as well as our Deputy Director Sanders and Marshall, have been working very closely also with the regional EOC teams to determine both the need here in the city and how we can also be working with the county to provide the need for people. There has been very little, from my understanding, there's been very little need expressed through this committee, I mean, to people at this point. While there is great concern in the community for people and their neighbors, there haven't been a lot of people reaching out, expressing a need for a warming shelter in the city. We started looking into this on Monday. We started keeping track of things, and historically, when warming shelters have been opened, they have not been utilized. And also considering COVID safety, we've been just very cautious and trying to evaluate the entire situation. And I want to say that both Deputy Director Sanders and Deputy Director Marshall have been working extensive hours with others in the city to do everything they can to make sure that people are safe.
Thank you, Ms. McGill. One thing I would note about the nature of the damage, it's almost entirely tree falling, trees breaking. And it's almost entirely, in this particular instance, most of the Most of the people who have lost power are not in the poorer neighborhoods. They are in, because of course there's less tree cover in the poorer neighborhoods in Charlottesville. And that may be contributing to why there are relatively few people expressing a need. But it's certainly something we need to keep monitoring, and that may all change 24 hours from now. So well, I appreciate the fact that you all are keeping an eye on it for us. Okay, time to move on to matters, community matters. We have 8 pre-registered speakers. There are 8 additional speaker slots. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. There will be an additional speaking period at the end of the meeting for those who did not have a chance to speak during this first community matters portion. So we'll now open the floor to the pre-registered speakers. Others wishing to speak may select the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar to be placed in the speaker queue. If you've joined by phone and wish to speak during community matters, you may press *9. Is our first speaker available? I've got Paul Mack signed up as the first speaker.
And Paul, you have 3 minutes to speak with City Council. You may begin.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Paul Mack. I live in Mill Creek, and I'm here tonight to speak to longstanding concerns of a group of Charlottesville citizens that is a community group, the Slave Block Citizens Group. I'm speaking to City Council members since it is my understanding that decision-making authority on city issues resides with you. This authority was affirmed to Mr. Richard Allen by Mary Jo Scalia in 2014, and more recently by Commonwealth Attorney Platania and Ms. Ashley Marshall, Deputy City Manager for Racial Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I understand the Historic Resources Committee is working to develop a comprehensive walking tour of historic sites in the city, so my request below fits with HRC's council-approved mandate. Since the early 1960s, many historical signs have been affixed to buildings in and around Court Square, identifying significant events and sites. One of those, a gray sign with white lettering attached to a wall at 0 Park Street, Court Square, stated, quote, "Site of Slave Block," unquote. It looked like the replica seen behind me. I don't know if I'm on video or not, but there's a black sign with white lettering. While most of those important historical signs remain, the Slave Block sign was removed, allegedly sometime between 1985 and 2002, apparently at the behest of city councilors who have sole decision-making authority. This important sign has been missing for 30 or more years, effectively erasing our city's history of enslavement, and is a loss that wrongs every Charlottesville citizen as well as visitors to our city. I respectfully ask that you act to change this glaring deficit of our acknowledged history in response to many years of neglect of the true and complete history of Charlottesville. I furthermore respectfully request that this subject be a topic of discussion and positive decision at tonight's or future meeting, resulting in an announcement of approval at the next City Council meeting on January 17th. I respectfully request your authorization to install the sign securely bolted to the parking sign behind the 0 Park Street building or on its own freestanding pole. When City Council authorizes Public Works Office to install the sign, I'd be glad to deliver this replica sign. Thank you very much for your attention. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Next speaker is Mark Cavett. Mr. Cavett, you with us?
And Mr. Cavett, it looks like you will have to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to point out a technical issue. I noticed that on my computer, there's about a 20-second delay on what I see versus my phone. Also, I could not get the flag to raise or anything to come up on the computer. So I'm talking to you right now. I'm using my phone. So I just want to let you know about that. I want to welcome the new council members. And then on concerning, actually, I'm going to come back to this because Mackie, you said it was going to be discussed a little bit later. Let me jump here for a second. Let me mention something concerning Nassau. On Nassau, a group of us would like to meet with council members 2 at a time at Nassau Street. You should be receiving, you should visually see the property. A email An email invitation will go out, and I'll also be sending out an email that I received from Frank Pohl, Albemarle County engineer. In the past, I have given some advice to new council members, and I want to remind some of the old council members the same advice. Know that some people that come before you, especially developers, will sometimes mislead you, dodge the question, and just lie in diplomatic fashion. Be aware of the comments such as "we attend." Intentions are not enforceable. When dealing with real estate, if it's not in writing, it does not exist. Be careful of zoning that may be granted. You may get the project that you were led to believe would be, you may not get the project that you were led to believe would be done. This has happened many times in the past. Thank you, and then I'll speak later on Macker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cavith. Next speaker is Lewis Myers. Mr. Myers, you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Lewis Myers, a current Albemarle and longtime Charlottesville resident. This message is for the returning council members, Councilors Wade and Pinkston. I hope you will be concerned with more of the population than the others have been. I respect all of you for your service to the city, but I was distressed by the unannounced midnight vote to donate the Lee statue to the Jefferson School for the expressed purpose of melting it down. This was in violation of the new state law allowing removal but not substantial alteration or destruction of these state and national historic monuments. Also, a state procurement law requiring reason to gift an item of value when there are clear and substantial monetary bids for such, to the detriment of city taxpayers. Finally, it violated the requirement to provide several days' notice to the public when such a vote is to be taken. I feel this is the most negative action the city could have taken for public unity, and the resentment won't go away. You may not really care, but many longtime residents say they no longer have any desire to go into the city, much less spend money there. I'm confident the great majority of the public disagrees with your decision, but you refuse to consult them, only pandering to the small extremist minority that dominates council meetings. Lloyd, I'm wondering why, if you expressed concern about the legality of this vote, you went ahead and voted for it, knowing that the statue would be transferred to a foundry for destruction before that legality could be determined in court, and why you would express concern about giving the Lewis and Clark statue to a local entity to display because it had a significant monetary value, but disregard the substantial offers for the Lee statue. I would love an explanation, and congratulations on your election. And I too will celebrate the spirit of Martin Luther King Day.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Let's see, Brian Day is next. Mr. Day?
Thank you. I represent the congregation of the Park Street Christian Church and would encourage you to approve the rezoning to allow us to accomplish our mission to support seniors with affordable housing and support the city's goal of creating affordable housing. We want to offer seniors the opportunity to be involved in intergenerational programming with our on the same site affordable preschool, now serving Charlottesville for over 22 years. The project for affordable senior housing has had tremendous support from Impact Charlottesville and the enthusiastic and unanimous approval of the planning as well. To be a vibrant city, we need affordable housing. We are ready to help you make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Next up, Colleen Swingle Titus. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank
Great.
you. I don't need to introduce myself since you just said my name. I am the pastor of Park Street Christian Church, and Brian just summed us up quite clearly about our intention and our hopes, and hope for your support. What many of you may not know about Park Street is that the original intent of the founding forefathers and mothers was set way back in the early 60s, and it was to build several generationally focused buildings on our property to serve not only the members of the church, but the local community. In my seminary training, we call this type vision kingdom building versus fortress building. The latter being those churches more interested in securing and fortifying their churches and worship centers for members only. Park Street is not a wealthy church. However, we do sit on a valuable asset, and that is our land. We could, of course, sell this land to the highest bidder to secure our congregational future, but that would be fortress building, and that is not who we are. Instead, we hope to fulfill the legacy of our founders by releasing a portion of our land to care for our community, from senior adult housing to the formal development of a trail system to connect the Ravenna Trail. In short, a space that could offer both intergenerational and inter-economic community access. We ask you, our local leadership, to support us in these efforts, and we thank you so much for your time and your service.
Thank you. Next up, Kimber Hockey. Kimber. Very, very, very faintly.
One second, let me just check my settings. I'll need to change that. I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, Michael. It has the settings. Okay. Is this the right time to talk about Maca or not?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm just asking that the council takes a step back and waits to do any kind of approval on this until there's more of a study on traffic impact, as well as the affordability. It looks like a promising project, but given the traffic and public safety implication, it seems inappropriate in size for the location. Also, the levels of affordability are not clear. There was a lot of promises of 30% AMI in the discussions, but I don't see any of that in the paperwork. I see 80% AMI for the renters and some 60% for homeowners, which 80% is not really affordable. So where's the 30%? Is it in writing? And if so, where? The traffic is already dangerous on too many streets. We already know this from the 5th Street discussion. Why are you looking to create a traffic issue here? Most of this is really done from the size of this project. There are backups already in this area, and the fact that there doesn't appear to be room for left turn lanes will only make this worse. The traffic study appears faulty. It was done during COVID and during the summer when the schools are out. There seems to be contradictions in the city traffic estimates versus what is shown on Google Maps. The city seems to be accepting bare minimums for traffic safety regarding stopping distance and sight distance. There are already accidents here, so why are you looking to create a potential for more? I also didn't see any projected number of additional car trips in and out of that one ingress egress, and that lack of 2 points of ingress and egress is very serious. The residents fought against this pro-developer generated code change a few years back, and we were promised that every case would be analyzed by the traffic engineer and the fire chief. I didn't see an analysis from the fire chief about only having 1 point of ingress egress allowed here. And it just seems that profits and developer interests are being put above public safety once again. I really want to see where that deep affordability is in writing. I see it mentioned sometimes, but I don't see it in the final papers. It just appears that the proffers to be 80% and 30%, 80% and then 60% for the homes. The other question is about what happened to the daycare. That was kind of the selling point, an additional selling point, and it doesn't seem to exist anymore. The city promised that there would be a block by block, street by street concerned with specificities of each site and residents during the comp plan process, but that doesn't seem to be happening here. So I really would just ask that you put the brakes on this and get more clarity and things in writing before taking any action. Thank you very much. Happy New Year and welcome to all.
Thank you. Next up, Tanisha Hudson. Ms. Hudson, you with us?
So first and foremost, I would say welcome to Juan and Brian, but it seems you two are already doing a very good job fitting into the system. And, you know, joining the Mean Girls and the Mean Boys Club of Charlottesville government. Lloyd, you spoke about why you would be an effective leader and what you could do to build a team to focus on equity, affordable housing, and a slew of other city issues. But you had a great team. So let's talk about your ineffectiveness as a leader, and how you ruined the squad that you had, failing to be a leader and failing to speak up. You, along with other members of council inside and people inside City Hall, you all contributed to 3 Black leaders being racially targeted. 4, if we really want to be exact, because I'll include the mayor inside of that. Charlottesville is the only place that elevate folks for wrongdoings instead of the people that's actually doing the good work, good hard work. As far as 5th Street, Mr. Sanders, the study should include the full stretch of 5th Street from Elliott all the way down. Actually, we should actually start from Ridge Street, but all the way down to 5th Street Station, because there's been a slew of accidents that I feel people focus more on Elliott up to where Willoughby starts, instead of all the way down to 5th Street Station. First off, the left turning lane, turning into 5th Street Station, when you're coming from Elliott Avenue, it's not long enough and people are flying. So when that left green arrow turns yellow and you can't no longer go and it's just a yield green light, people are flying down there. So even if you think you have the opportunity to go, somebody can T-bone you. That's a very dangerous stretch right there. You know, it never ceases to amaze me that all of you contribute every year. We're gonna have 4 more years of BS because you all are so juvenile that instead of acting like adults and somebody stepping up and being an effective leader that we need, you contribute to the BS. You're grown, and all of y'all are grown with children. The way that you act is just uncalled for. And then you call yourself being effective leaders to represent people. You can't even represent adulthood right because you don't even want to do the right thing. This is a system of bullying and it's going to continue, except this time we have 5 counselors who will roll with it and nobody with a backbone to step up. And it's unfortunate for every citizen that pays taxes in this city. It's sad. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Next is John Hossack. Mr. Hossack.
Good evening. I would like to call for you to reject or at least defer the decision on MACA and the Park Street Christian Church. I've spoken to some neighbours today and I'm speaking on behalf of at least some of them, and I've been told that specifically. The traffic impact analysis was done on the 24th of June, middle of COVID, middle of the summer, out of school, university time. A 20% COVID correction was applied. This was listed as being in table 2.2 and table 2.2 doesn't show this. Was the factor actually used? Where did the 20% come from? It rather seems like it was pulled out of thin air. The future analysis assumes a 1% growth factor, which most certainly does not apply to this road. Even the VDOT numbers show that. The traffic analysis projects levels of service D for some of the junctions in the PM peak. Actually, given the failings I note above, the likely level of service will be E or F. The TIA also claims level of service on Park Street at A at all times. This is demonstrably wrong to anybody familiar with the street. The traffic analysis calls out the need for left turn lanes in Park Street, but this is brushed aside by the engineer preparing the analysis, who is paid by the developer. The traffic analysis makes reference to VDOT estimates. The estimates are demonstrably incompatible with what Google Traffic says. Specifically, more traffic uses Park Street than Warner, whereas the estimates show the opposite. The traffic engineer decided to pursue the barest legal minimum, a stopping distance-based design. A more conservative approach would be junction site distance of about 280 feet, which cannot be met at this junction because of the crest in Park Street. This very week, we faced controversy over safety on Fifth Street Extended. So why are we pursuing a new road configuration? This is not some modification. This is a new road installation and design by design. The traffic analysis quotes a 60% injury rate amongst Park Street accidents. Isn't that rather high as a starting point? Isn't it time to sort this mess out? Please be clear that if my analysis above shows that the traffic analysis is flawed and wrong and the conclusions are wrong, we need to see a rebuttal, and that needs to be a public document subject to public scrutiny and not some internal verbal brush off before a very serious vote. The proposed market development involves 100 units total. It's a single entrance exit facing into a busy street. This street will not support this level of development, and until a city code change made in 2019, they would have required 2 entrances to this size of development. How is this wise? Has the fire chief signed off on it? Imagine a queue of traffic trying to get out onto Park Street. Of course, people are going to take risks, and that's where you'll end up with accidents. Perhaps scale is back to half. In 2017, a similar size development went down on the same basis of scale, the one that's offered today. The city staff analysis makes reference to the 2021 comp plan in Flum. It's not that is not the current zoning. We object to this because we warned when this comp plan in Flum went through that it would create facts on the ground, and that's exactly what it's done. The facts on the ground have been used in part of the staff analysis. Parking. There's no way.
Thank you, Mr. Hossack. You're about out of time. You got one more sentence you can give us?
The parking is completely inadequate, and the residents in Davis Avenue will pay for it.
Okay. Please be aware, we got a very extensive couple of emails from you all, and I know we've read them. So I appreciate the thoughts. So that takes us through the 8 who have previously signed up. Are there other speakers on the list, Mr. Delahunt?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Snook. The next member of the public to speak is Josh Karp. Josh, you have 3 minutes. You are on with City Council, and you'll have to unmute.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, congratulations to the new council members, the new mayor and vice mayor, and thank you, Councilor McGill, for your service as vice mayor the past couple of years. I think I can be very brief because I was very happy to hear Deputy City Manager Sanders basically say much of what I wanted to hear from you all tonight. So thank you so much, Deputy City Manager and the traffic engineer, for taking Fifth Street seriously. I just want to use this time to emphasize that these recommendations for short-term changes came to the previous council in November of 2020, as Mayor Snook has said. They were described as immediate, and I know you all have a full plate and everything is hard to do, but to me, immediate would ideally mean, not over a year. And so I encourage you all to continue the work you've been doing and make these changes go through. It sounds like you're all committed to it, and I just urge you to stay committed. And when the measure to lower the speed limit comes before you all, I hope you all support it. And just to say that Fifth Street has had a lot of high profile deaths in the past couple of years, but it's not unique, right? Other streets in town, other roads in town see accidents, people driving too fast, and are just designed to encourage driving that's at an unsafe speed. So I'm very encouraged that the work you all are doing so far. Keep it up and go past Fifth Street, I hope. And have a good evening.
Thank you, Josh. Somebody else next?
The next person who had their hand raised was Nancy Carpenter, but she has lowered her hand. Would you like to give her an opportunity to speak or move on to the next individual?
If she would like to speak, we're happy to hear from her.
Thank you. I don't know how I lowered my hand. I got to watch where I put my mouse on this computer screen. I'm sorry. Well, thank you for the new counselors that are here, but I do have some question about, I appreciate Councilor McGill speaking to warming centers and, trying to catch up to what other organizations are doing. You talk about, COVID protocols and things like that, but I have seen private organizations, and you've probably seen them as they've put out posts about having time for people who are without electricity to come in and get warm, charge their communication devices and so on and so forth. And I'm sure that they have had those similar conversations among their admin staff in reference to opening these buildings. I've also seen mutual aid offered for folks that are without electricity, their own homes, as a matter of fact, and I'm sure many of you have seen those posts over the past few days. So I don't think it's not that we can't do it. I'm just wondering if it's just, you know, some other impact that's creating, you know, some type of juggernaut we can't get through. This won't be the last cold spell, but that we will have. And like you said, Thursday night, we'll have a very quick moving storm. We'll dump some more inches of snow, but it doesn't sound like it'll be as heavy and as wet as what we just went through. But, you know, we do have to have these plans in place. We do see what an ongoing pandemic does for creating these mutual aid, you know, opportunities and options. I did want to highlight that I appreciate Councilor McGill on my last comment a couple of weeks ago regarding unhoused people, that she jumped right in and made some calls. I'm sorry, I don't know what the result of those calls were, but I do know that you did that. You know, and listening to Dr. Bonds and all the other virologists and epidemiologists and internists and ICU folks that I've been following over the past 2 weeks, we are in for a rough bit. I mean, you know, I'm listening to Deputy City Manager Sanders talking about the impact of COVID with, you know, vital, critical staff, whether it comes in the form of snowplows or trash removal or getting out there and taking, you know, branches down in a way. So I can't stress enough that I support, you know, the call for getting your vaccine, getting your booster, social distancing. I would like to say, could the city explore the possibility of getting a supply of KN95 masks to hand them out to our lower income neighborhoods, because we did that before with just regular cloth masks and simple surgical masks. But I think the transmissibility of this particular virus would warrant a conversation, I think, with leadership there in the city about getting some KN95 masks out to the adults and out to the kids, because a lot of those adults in those neighborhoods are the ones that are doing the jobs that Deputy City Manager Sanders was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Next.
Next person to speak is Andrew Shelton. You have 3 minutes. You are on with City Council.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I was not planning to speak this evening, but since that one fella had to call in about the statues, I figured I'd chime in and say that I was very grateful for the way that they were disposed. I'm glad that that issue is resolved and that the care was taken to make sure it was done in such a legally defensible fashion that that lawsuit is clearly going to get thrown out, I would assume. And also wanted to plug the Indiegogo campaign for the Swords into Plowshares project. They've raised over $30,000 to help continue the process of transforming that statue into something that we can be proud to display in town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Dillahunt.
Next speaker is Matthew Gillikin. Matthew, you have 3 minutes. You're on with City Council.
Good evening, councilors. Wanted to welcome Mr. Wade and Mr. Pinkston on the council. I look forward to sending you some short emails and hearing your responses in the future. I know I've talked with both of you a lot about my hopes and dreams for this city, and I look forward to you all helping our city carry out the things that it said it wants to do in terms of equity and housing and transportation. I want to speak in support of the Maca and Park Street PUDs. I'm a little discouraged to hear people speaking out against them. These are wonderful projects that will greatly benefit our city and help us achieve our affordable housing goals. I hope that you all will prioritize people over traffic concerns. And I think these developments will be a great opportunity to improve our transit service in that area. In terms of 5th Street, I'm very happy to hear Mr. Sanders looking to take quick action. I've talked to him about this previously when we very first met. This is the first thing I brought up to him, was making 5th Street safer. I hope that the city will not just implement the immediate actions that Brennan Duncan has recommended, but also look to make more significant changes to the design of the road, which is going to require financial investment from the city. We need to do things that are going to happen quickly, though. We are not going to be able to wait for smart scale money to fix this problem. That's a decade long to fix that. We're going to have to spend some money sooner than later. I look forward to council and the city moving forward with making that road safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, do we have anybody else?
Next person to speak is Harold Foley. Harold, you have 3 minutes. You're on with City Council.
Good afternoon. Congratulations to Vaughn and you, Lord. I got two issues. First, no one is talking about the jail and the outbreaks that's happening in the jail. It's unfortunate because, you know, folks are in there suffering from COVID. If it's not an outbreak, why haven't anyone report on the status of what's going on in the jail? Secondly, in lieu of the texts and emails that was sent out, that was forwarded, I ask that y'all reconstitute the PCRB. Looking at the emails and the texts, it was horrible. And to have those folks be on that PCRB, it is not right. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to the People's Coalition Facebook page, look at the text that was going amongst the members, and you too, Lord, it was also you involved. And so I ask that you reconstitute the board, have a new way of appointing the board, because no one knew that a board member was reinstated, and we was going through this motion about what this board member did. So my suggestion is reconstitute the board, because the board did pass a meaningful and how I want to say, they passed something that was very meaningful and very on target as far as police oversight. But knowing what has happened in between those emails and those texts, I would say reconstitute the board. Thank you. Y'all have a great day. Night.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Who we got next?
The next person to speak is Katrina Turner. Katrina, you have 3 minutes. You're on with City Council.
Good evening. Tonight, one, I want to speak to you, Mr. Snook. The comment you made last City Council about what NACO said about the activists and the activists being on the CRB, PCOB, whatever it's called right now. I just need you to know that every last single person that wrote the ordinances and bylaws that were praised by Sally Hudson, by the Senate, by so many people, every last one of us were activists, Lloyd. Every last one of us who wrote the bylaws and ordinance, who you say NACO feels that, I guess they feel we were too stupid as activists to be able to write those bylaws. Honey, we did it. We did it, and we got praised for it, okay? And I need for you to know that and check up on that. So please don't go against activists, because if you fight for anything out there, then you're an activist. So are you talking against yourself also, Mr. Snook? I'm going again with Mr. Foley. What Bellamy Brown said, and I'm going to tell you, to call Black people flying monkeys. Do you all hear me? Flying fucking monkeys. I'm sorry I didn't. Something needs to happen. Understand? These emails got out, Every last one of you needs to go to the People's Coalition and see just what emails are out there, okay? And an email saying the flying monkeys won't like what was passed in the bylaws and the ordinances, and that we will pitch a fit, but Lloyd thinks council will approve. Okay, see, this is a problem. We have been complaining about these men for how long? And now for us to see these emails come out, you all need to disband this CRB, PCOB, whatever it is, because this is not what we fought so hard to make sure that it was done right. You all need to do something with that PCOB, the chair member. Something needs to happen. This isn't the last you will hear from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Do we have another?
Next person to speak is Elizabeth Stark. Elizabeth, you are on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there. I just want to say welcome to Mr. Pinkston and Mr. Wade, and congratulations to Mr. Snook and Mr. Wade on being mayor and vice mayor. I do want to second a lot of what Harold Foley and Ms. Turner just said about concerns about the PCRB. The trove of leaks or of FOIA texts and emails that came out are extremely concerning. I don't think there's a way that our city can have trust in these people. We've seen what they've said behind the scenes, the way they talk about members of the community. And I agree with what Ms. Turner said. I think the use of the term flying monkeys is concerning at best and offensive at worst. And so I just want to say, I think it is time for you to reconstitute the PCRB. I think the current leadership of that board is not up to the job. And I think that's patently clear. So we need that adjusted because there's no way that that board can succeed in its mission with the current members. I also want to second what Mr. Foley said about being extremely concerned about what's happening at the ACRJ right now. We know there is a COVID spike in our community. The Blue Ridge Health District COVID dashboard, I checked it recently. It hasn't been updated since October. I know there's been a COVID spike in the interim. I'm not sure why it's not being updated, but I really count on you all to make sure that that's getting done and bring that information to light. Folks do not deserve to, I don't think folks deserve to be incarcerated, but they certainly don't deserve to be subject to the Omicron variant while they're in there. So please, see if you can bring that information to light. And I look forward to seeing what you'll do to make a better, and my hope is a trustworthy police civilian review board. Thank you.
And our 16th and final speaker for Community Matters is Ange Khan. Ange, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling in tonight to express concern with the PCOB, their text exchange, email exchanges amongst themselves and council, and as well as other folks, I'm sure. That board needs to be dismantled immediately. With the conversations that are taking place, it's not, I don't agree with PCRBs at all, but if the community at large feels that there needs to be one, there needs to be some changes made into the current board. There will be no trust with that board functioning as it is now. I also wanted to, highlight what Harold, and I believe that was Elizabeth before me, but yes, we need those numbers out of ACRJ immediately. The folks in there are a very vulnerable population in such small area. We need to really think about how we're treating our community members. Also, on the note of the warming stations, we're on day 3 or night 3 of having no warming stations in Charlottesville. By looking at my timeline, there were many of folks without electricity, freezing cold, looking for shelter. So hopefully better planning before Thursday and Friday. Thank you. Oh, I do actually have something. If I use all of my time, half my time now, and can I speak at the end?
With the practice has been to allow folks to speak at the end, although frankly, that was not the original intent. But we haven't changed that practice yet. So yes, you can speak again at the end.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's our 16 speakers. And anybody want to make any brief comments? Our bylaws, our rules call for brief comments in response. Well, I'll just make a couple of comments. First of all, I don't know about any of the rest of you all. I was not aware that there had been any particular outbreak of COVID at the jail. If that is something that's going on, the reason why you haven't heard about it from us is we don't know. I'd certainly like to have more information about that. Similarly, comments about the FOIA emails from the PCRB members. Please be aware that we don't get copies of FOIA responses. You all know more than we do about these things. And if there are specific email response, if there's specific emails that have been FOIA'd that you want to call to our attention, please do so. But don't assume that we know whatever it is that everybody else in the government knows, because we just don't know that. The only other comment I wanted to make was in response to Ms. Turner. The specific thing that I said about activists on the PCRB was not directed to the question of whether activists ought to be involved in setting up the procedure. It was whether activists are necessarily the best people to be functioning in a judge or jury-like capacity. And one of the comments that was made in one of the NACOL training items was that as the role of the agency changes to become more of an adjudicatory body, then that's the time when perhaps the kind of skill sets and interests that activists bring is less appropriate. NACOL does not say activists shouldn't have anything to do with the process. They absolutely say that activists should be involved. The reservation was simply when they take on an adjudicative role. Those are my only comments at this point. Anybody else have any comments in response to the public matters?
Just real briefly to the point you raised, Lloyd. I know the Herald references to public comment as well. The People's Coalition did post them a couple days ago on their Facebook page, and I'll just send that around to council just so we're all on the same page of
Good, thank you.
Knowing what the FOIA texts and emails are.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you, Mike. I was going to ask for that information. I do intend to get to know more information about the CRB, and because that is, an issue that came up a lot during the campaign, and so I'm glad to get input and listen to or read the emails. So thank you.
Anybody else? So the next item would be to move on to the action items, which would get us into the Park Street Christian Church project and eventually on into the MACA PUD. This might be a good time to take a brief break. We've been going for, I don't know, what, an hour and a half or so. because I don't think there'll be a convenient stopping point for a couple of other a couple hours from now. So if folks feel the need to take a break for 5 or 10 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes and then we'll get into the action items. Okay, looks like we're all back. Actually, I guess just about all back.
Sorry about
There we
that.
go.
Back now.
Okay, so back to order and on to the action items. Item number 4 consists of 2 parts, which we'll move together. Consideration of the Park Street Christian Church Plan Unit Development requests. And Dan O'Connell, City Planner, will introduce the items. Mr. O'Connell.
Good evening. Thank you. So the following public hearing item is a rezoning request combined with a critical slope waiver for 1200 Park Street, tax map parcel 47-212. This is for Piedmont Housing Alliance, who in partnership with Park Street Christian Church have applied pursuant to City Code Section 34-490, seeking a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district classifications of their subject property from R1 single-family residential to PUD planned unit development, subject to a development plan and proffered development conditions. The property is currently developed with a religious use that is Park Street Christian Church and an associated preschool use which is permitted by special use permit. The proposed PUD development plan calls for 50 multifamily units and about 54 parking spaces to be constructed to the rear of the existing church site, accessed via a new private driveway off of Cutler Lane. In their review, staff finds that the proposed development as presented in the application materials could contribute to many goals within the city's comprehensive plan. The uses presented in the proposed development are consistent with the adopted 2021 future land use map. As presented in the application, staff finds the PUD to be desirable as to preserving tree cover and increasing housing diversity and affordability. Staff had some concerns in their review about sidewalk construction and the granting of a sidewalk waiver for this site, but otherwise recommends approval of this rezoning with the included proffers. The Planning Commission did consider this at their December 14th, 2021 regular meeting and recommended approval by a vote of 5-0. The proposed improvements associated with the rezoning will impact critical slopes on site as defined by the city code, and therefore our request for a critical slope waiver has been submitted simultaneously with the rezoning. Improvements specific to areas where critical slopes would be impacted include portions of the northmost multifamily building, graded areas surrounding the northern portion of the building, electrical, telecommunications, and storm sewer placement. Existing critical slopes on the property are about 2.8 acres or around 38% of the site. And the proposed area of critical slope disturbance is 0.1 acres or around 1.5% of the total site area. Based on their review of the submitted materials, city engineering staff could not recommend approval under either finding 1 or 2 as described in the critical slope ordinance. However, several recommended conditions were included if City Council does decide to approve the resolution. And this waiver was also recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 by the Planning Commission. With that, I believe the applicants have a presentation if you'd like them to give that at this time.
If the applicant would like to make a presentation, we'd be happy to have it. Who's speaking for the applicant at this point?
I am Mayor Snook. This is Kurt Kiesecker with BRW Architects. And I think Mr. O'Connell, will somebody be sharing our visual materials or should I share my screen? I don't know if those have been uploaded or if I should share my screen.
Yes, I believe I have those for you, Mr. Kiesecker.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Oh, that maybe Mr. Dylan Hunt.
Fire when ready.
Okay. Thank you. We'll just go to the next page. This is an application for Park Street Christian property, and our project team consists of Piedmont Housing Alliance, BRW Architects, Timmons, and our primary partner, Park Street Christian Church, who you heard from a couple folks earlier, Pastor Colleen and Brian Day. My name is Kurt Kiesecker. I'm a principal at BRW Architects, And I'm joined by Mandy Burbidge, Andy Miller, and Sunshine Mathon from Piedmont Housing Alliance, and Jonathan Showalter and Thomas Ruff from Timmons Group, and my partner and firm principal Bruce Wardell from BRW Architects. And we'll be happy to present this information to you this evening for the counselors who were in the Planning Commission meeting on the 14th of December. All these materials should look familiar, but I'm happy and honored to present them to our new counselors, Vice Mayor Wade and Councilor Pinkston. Next slide, please. So this property is located on Park Street, north of the 250 bypass, close to Meadow Creek, and it finds itself on the edge of the Locust Grove neighborhood, and has a unique position in the community in that it's a large site with a large stand of trees and some open space. So it's a unique property within the general urban ring of Charlottesville, close to downtown and close to a lot of connections and trails and non-vehicle paths that come close to this property that we hope to tie it into and kind of reduce some of those vehicle trips. Next slide, please. We are lucky to have a large piece of property, and I think the characteristics of this project that are most easily identified are that the church, Park Street Christian Church, occupies a small portion of a large piece of land. And so they really had a broad view of our entire community for this large land from this small church community. And they've done a great job of articulating their vision for how to serve some of the needs that our community has expressed through the comprehensive plan. As one looks at the site, access will be from Cutler Lane to the kind of bottom of this map. And you can see that the site slopes away from the neighborhood with critical slopes to the north, large wooded area kind of to the north and west, and an open lawn adjacent to Cutler Lane. All of these different characteristics of the property make it unique in that it kind of provides a lot of experiences that one can enjoy if you live there or if you're in the neighborhood. And we've heard from the neighbors that they have enjoyed being able to visit the lawn and take advantage of the trail that leads through the woods down to the creek, although it's an informal trail at this point, which we hope to improve. Next slide, please. Diagrammatically, this is maybe a little nerdy planning talk, but the property sits on the edge of the built neighborhood and properties that are kind of natural and wooded to the northwest. It has the unique advantage of having slopes that are sometimes critical, but then also some non-critical slopes on the property, and that's shown in the middle slide. And it represents a location that distinguishes the small scale footprint of the neighborhood from larger buildings kind of to the left side of the diagram of the church and some larger multifamily projects across Park Street. So it sits on this edge condition that makes it enjoyable to try to develop in a sensitive way. Next slide, please. So our proposal is for 50 apartment homes for seniors, 100% affordable with 54 parking spaces. And we have tried to locate these new homes down the slope of the hill near the church to create a campus feel at the top of the hill with the church at the top and the housing units a little bit lower. This position helps us preserve the open lawn that's near Cutler Lane and can continue to be enjoyed by the neighborhood, as well as some of the amenity areas that the church has developed over time with their courtyards and some gardens for contemplation immediately around the church property itself. Next slide, please. This is a artist rendering of the new housing development nestled into the edge of the woods, and to the left you can see kind of a glimpse of Park Street, and the new housing sits below the church buildings that exist on the bottom right of the image, with the new parking for the dwelling units located down the hill from the church as well, separating the two. Next slide, please. So this process has been ongoing for a number of months. We started in the summer with informal neighborhood meetings soon after we had some initial design ideas that we could share and show. We got a lot of comments and a lot of concerns from the neighbors, and so we've tried to adjust our development plans through the teamwork to accommodate some of those concerns or try to address those concerns. What we heard primarily were concerns related to the scale of the project, the massing of the new building in relation to the neighborhood, impacts to the streams and stormwater. We also heard concerns about traffic in the neighborhood, particularly cut through traffic from the new development onto Wilder Drive, which is a little bit further around the corner from Cutler Lane. We heard concerns about pedestrian connections from the site to broader amenities in the community, and then the concern about tree preservation. So the next few slides will try to show you some of our responses to those concerns. I'll say that we always take an approach to our projects where we listen to the community concerns and try to begin a dialogue and do our best to accommodate responses to those concerns. And they continued with our informal meetings with the Planning Commission, and then a lot of dialogue with city staff during the review period to try to improve our development plans. Next slide, please. So the first concern related to massing, I think I mentioned it earlier, we just took advantage of the natural slope of the property, put the new building down the hill from the existing church buildings, which are shown in gray on this diagram. And the new housing is in blue, and you can see Park Street on the left. And even though we're proposing a 3-story building with a walkout basement, so essentially 4 stories facing Park Street, the massing of the building, because it's down the slope, won't overwhelm the church buildings that exist, and by extension, hopefully will not overwhelm the views from the neighborhood, which are small single-family homes. Next slide, please. At this time, I'll introduce Jonathan Showalter from Timmins to walk us through a couple of slides related to more technical matters. Jonathan, are you here?
Hello, yes. Can you all hear
Thank
me?
you. Yes.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, thank you all for having us here today. Basically, this slide here wanted to speak to the existing environmental features. As Kurt was noted, this project sits midway up the slopes on this site below the existing church. And there are a number of critical slopes on the site. So as part of this project, we've made a great effort to minimize the disturbance of those critical slopes to the bare minimum needed. We've also been coordinating with city staff ahead of time during this PUD process, looking ahead towards the site plan. And the site sits at the top of those critical slopes. They're wooded with large existing trees. There's also the Meadow Creek at the bottom that feeds into the Rivanna and the James River. So we're very interested in protecting all of those critical environmental resources and community assets. So we've done a fair amount of initial coordination with city staff, looking ahead to that site plan process and making sure we have a strategy with this design to address stormwater management, to protect the downstream systems, and also erosion sediment control to protect those slopes and protect those trees on them. So those are some upfront steps we've taken, and just making sure we have a path to work out the details at the site plan phase. So we can go on to the next slide here. Also, as part of the PUD process, the requirement is a traffic study. So we've been working with the city traffic engineer, with our traffic department. Thomas Ruff is also on this call, and can pull him in to answer any more detailed questions. But the main overview of that is we scoped a traffic study with the city traffic engineer. We performed traffic counts. The requested intersections to study for this project were Cutler Lane and Park Street intersection, and also North Avenue and Park Street intersection as the main 2 intersections impacted by this project. And based on those studies, the operation of those intersections in the current condition are acceptable and within standards. There were no existing safety concerns noted, and the impact of this proposed development will be fairly minimal, given the traffic on Park Street. In those, as Kurt mentioned, we had 2 community meetings and then also planning commission meetings, and heard a number of concerns in those meetings from the existing neighbors out there. So based on those, we spent some additional time in the neighborhood, gathering some more data, watching the operations of those intersections, and we added in a couple of additional solutions and fixes to this project that will hopefully help improve the existing conditions and also mitigate some of the added traffic from this development. So some of those are, and I don't know if we can flip back to slide 8. I hate to make us change slides here, but this has a couple of better illustrations on it. One of the improvements we're looking at is from the driveway of the project, we're going to have a right turnout only island. So what that'll do is make sure any traffic leaving this new development is directed to Park Street on Cutler Lane. It'll keep that additional traffic from going to Wilder Drive, which was one of the concerns of the neighbors. And then another concern is the safety of the Cutler Lane and the Park Street intersection. Currently at that intersection is noted by number 4, kind of the lighter yellow hatch, that sight distance is obstructed. So for a vehicle trying to exit Cutler on the Park Street looking right, it's hard to see. So what this project would do, since that is property owned by the church, they would allow for a sight distance easement that would allow the brush to be cleared through there. That would improve the safety for the proposed traffic and also the existing neighbors, just improving this intersection. So I think we can skip ahead here again about 3. Yep, this slide. So this slide also illustrates the connectivity of this project and also the existing neighborhood. Currently, the neighbors on Cutler Lane and Wilder Drive don't have connectivity to the larger city sidewalk network. Currently, there's no sidewalk crosswalks across Park Street. So pedestrians on a Cutler have no striped way to cross Park Street to the sidewalk that's on the left side of Park Street. And so part of this project that was added in subsequent submissions was a new crosswalk across Park Street. And that'll allow both the existing residents, but also the new residents to use the sidewalks on either side of Cutler Lane and then access the sidewalk on Park Street. And that sidewalk connects all the way into downtown. It also connects to Melbourne and the existing bus stop that can be seen here on this map. So that'll be a great asset to the community. Another item Kurt mentioned earlier is the trails that currently exist. As part of this project, a permanent trail easement has been proffered, and that'll allow a permanent home for those trails. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kurt here for the next slide.
Thanks, Jonathan. Our last concern that we heard, was related to the impact on the tree canopy. And while we realized that our location for the building has to impact some trees, we found that we've preserved the majority of the trees on the site, and particularly the character of the trees on the site, not only through the critical slope areas that we're not going to disturb, but that edged wooded kind of edge to the property along Park Street will be preserved. And so our building, while it does impact some of the existing trees down the hill from the church, we hope that we've preserved the character and nature of the site by not only letting the canopy kind of grow back together after we've done our work, but we've planted some new trees along the parking to kind of be landscape trees and create outdoor spaces that folks can gather. Particularly, one of the concerns we heard from the neighborhood were some specimen trees that exist in the open lawn area and kind of the front yard of the church itself. And so we've did a number of different versions of the driveway to kind of, it has that weird shape so we could weave through the specimen trees, not disturb their root ball, and help them continue to live long and happy lives on the property, which is kind of a character defining portion of the site that we wanted to preserve. The next slide, please. So the big picture for us is that this project we present to you this evening represents an effort to provide affordable housing in an underserved neighborhood location in the city. There's not a lot of affordable housing in this part of Charlottesville. We believe our process and design it point toward a welcoming and shared future to be experienced by both the immediate neighborhood and the broader Charlottesville community, as well as the residents of these homes in the future, young and old alike. The vision that the church has of the intergenerational community centered around some of the church functions, the preschool and their congregation, as well as senior housing, seems to fit well into that model. And simply put, we believe this is an endeavor that was initiated by optimism. The church undertook this vision with all the best intentions in place. They found good and willing partners to help them achieve their vision. And we've been sustained in this work by the long-term vision that the city has expressed in the comprehensive plan. So we hope you'll agree and find it favorable. That's all our presentation materials for tonight, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I have a couple of, I had the opportunity just several years ago just to worship at this church for a couple of times, and it doesn't surprise me at all that they would propose something like this. It was a very wonderful experience. Couple of comments about the slides. I thought that the massing slide that you showed was very effective. So thank you for doing that. It really kind of showed how the project would lay within the slopes or the hills so that it would not be, massive towards the street. I think that as you are developing it, it's kind of maybe getting into the weeds a little bit. You just want to make sure that the canopy and things like that is large enough so that jaunt vans or the buses and things like that is able to come under it. I've seen plenty of times when that little thing's missed out. I think the top of addressing listing the residents' concerns. But I just want to know, did you go back to them and say, how did we do? I hear what you did, but I'm curious as to, did they kind of give the thumbs up or say, it's okay?
Well, we had all of our meetings with the community before we had our formal meetings with the Planning Commission. And so I think some of the formal responses from the neighborhood that we received during the Planning Commission meeting kind of spoke to our effectiveness. And so I think it's fair to say that we addressed the concerns of some neighbors and we didn't address the concerns well enough of other neighbors. We had a variety of folks speak in support of the project at our Planning Commission meetings. And so we know that we put our best foot forward and tried to do our best. And I know that the church leadership has continued to reach out to their Locust Grove neighbors, who they know very well and more intimately than we do as consultants. And that dialogue is continuing. So I think that we've done our best, and that we've got positive responses during our Planning Commission meeting. I think that's the best I can say at this point.
Excuse me. Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and I apologize. I was not present at the Planning Commission meetings, and I'm also a newbie, so please be patient with me. So 50 units, 80% AMI affordability. Is that what I saw? Is that correct?
Can I jump? This
yes,
is Sunshine.
please. Yes.
Yeah, let me jump in here. Councilor Pinkston, so thanks for bringing up that question. So the proffer is stating 80% AMI and below, and that follows the general text that's in there for most affordable housing projects that the city approves in one way or another. We don't have specificity in there around the exact depth of affordability, in part because You can only finalize that when you've finalized all the costs and all the subsidies, so you know how deeply affordable you can go. And right now, that's still a work in progress. So for example, we don't have a commitment from the city yet for the funding from the city. We don't have a commitment from a couple of other sources. We're still in negotiation on the final price of the land. So there are multiple moving parts which will ultimately affect the affordability profile. But what I can say is that we are going to aim to that a minimum of 10% of the units are going to be 30% AMI and below, and that the majority of the remainder of the units ideally will be 50% AMI and below, and that for all of the units, we will accept housing choice vouchers and SRAP vouchers. And why that's particularly important is we recently did an internal survey of the properties and apartments that Piedmont Housing Alliance owns within and operates within the city limits. And of those communities, almost or a little over 70% of those homes are either 30% AMI and below households or have vouchers. And we know that the voucher wait list is enormous because the people who have vouchers can't find places to use them within the city because people won't accept them. So even if we, ultimately, whatever affordability profile comes out once we get through the subsidy and the cost piece, we will have still a significant number of people who are coming in with vouchers who are going to bring that depth of affordability lower overall.
That's very good to hear. Thank you. And 30 years was the lease or the commitment?
So again, 30 years is the typical sort of state mandated, federal mandated minimum term length of affordability, because that's tied to the low income housing tax credits. That's the minimum length of affordability there. Okay. But it is our intention as a nonprofit never to sell or to liquidate or change any property that we own and operate. So in effect, it will be affordable in perpetuity. That is our mission as a nonprofit. That is our goal. That is what we do. So it will extend far beyond the 30 years.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question was to the engineer. So it sounds like you've got this use the word strategy. You basically have sort of boxed this in where you feel like you can get where you need to be in terms of the critical slopes and the runoff and those things. Such that will be acceptable to the city engineer?
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Yeah, just knowing this is a site on the side of these slopes, we're above critical slopes and we have that stream. We've done some initial coordination. We did a site visit with the city engineer and just talked through our initial approach and made some updates on that that can be shown on that exhibit with the channel going down.
Okay, so the sort of professional consensus is that you'll be able to pull this off in terms of the requirements for runoff and so forth.
That's correct. Yes, there's a number of details, as always, we'll need to work out in the site plan, but we feel we have a strategy that can be implemented during the site plan.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
I have a couple quick questions. One that was sort of already brought up. I appreciate the presentation and the work you've already done in terms of the parking and traffic concerns, as well as the building footprint. I assume this is the case, but just want to confirm, on city staff side that, this vote being the PUD process, that it's absolutely, there's plenty of time and it's going to be an iterative process in order for addressing the concerns about parking and traffic, just as an extra assurance for those who have concerns that this is going to be something that is continually addressed in an iterative process with staff.
Sure. So this is definitely something that will be addressed going forward into the site plan phase. PHA and their applicants have already gone through these kind of preliminary plans that have kind of sketched out what they want the property to look like generally. But all of the elements of stormwater and erosion and sediment control and parking and all these things will be addressed much more in detail in the site plan phase. And that's what will actually need to be approved once the rezoning is approved in order to build this project.
Thank you. And then just two quick questions for the applicant. One, just out of curiosity, I know you said the goal is to keep it affordability in perpetuity, which is great to hear. We know that's been a problem historically in affordable housing projects. So just sort of out of curiosity, what's sort of the model to ensure affordability in perpetuity? Is it a land trust model, how you're structuring the deed, or just how you'll do that?
So in this particular case, the land is going to be most likely, although we have not finalized this, it's going to be most likely continue to be owned by the church itself, and then leased to the property. And the agreement in that context will likely include some extended affordability requirements.
And then the final question is just, my understanding is in order for this project to be successful, it would normally require us approving this rezoning, but at some point also getting some kind of subsidy from the city. Is that correct?
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilor Payne. Yeah, there are two reasons why funding from the city is critically important. The first is because there is a gap in the capital stack that allows this project to move forward. And although I would rather rely on state or federal sources to close that gap, inevitably city sources have to be part of that capital stack in the current day and age. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One is that the federal LIHTC program has reduced its effectiveness over the last few years because of the reduction of the corporate tax credit, which the value of the tax credits is tied to. So the amount of subsidy that comes from those tax credits has reduced over the last 4 years. So it has left the state and the states and local communities across the country to have to fill that gap. The second piece is that winning low-income housing tax credits is a competitive process. And one of the most important places we can get points to win, to be competitive and win in any given year is with committed subsidy. And that is usually from a city or a county if we're in the county. And that's worth up to 40 points, depending on the level of subsidy, where we are likely to see in this coming cycle of competition to see projects winning on the scale of 1 to 2 points. So that subsidy is critically important for just winning the tax credits in the first place.
Thank you. And just one final comment, I'll just say I think this is a great project. I think this kind of community nonprofit partnership for affordability and perpetuity, getting it down to lower AMI levels is the exact thing that we need in getting affordability throughout the city. It would just highlight, but we haven't identified, funding streams, nor have we identified funding streams to fund our affordable housing strategy at the level recommended. So I just encourage the community to really get involved with us, this budget process and budget cycle, and helping us square that circle to ensure that we are able to help projects like this come to fruition. That's it for me. Thank you.
So I just want to add on to that. So, I can ask some of these questions, at least for the first few meetings. So the funding for this particular project, it has not been committed yet to by the city?
That's correct, Vice Mayor Wade. So the process of developing affordable housing is inevitably a series of hurdles and chicken and egg scenarios, where you have to piece together one piece of the funding puzzle to then unlock the next piece of the funding puzzle to then unlock the next piece of the funding puzzle. In typical affordable housing project and a rental project, I'm going to speak around our model. It's a little bit different than, say, Habitat's model. In a typical affordable housing project, it's likely to see anywhere from 10 to 15 different subsidy sources coming to bear into a single project. But the majority of those sources don't become unlocked until two things happen. One is the low-income housing tax credits have to be awarded first, and then other subsidy sources come in. But the critical step in the sequence is that the low-income housing tax credits aren't unlocked unless you have that subsidy commitment from the city or the county in the outset. Once those are unlocked, then you get all the other pieces falling into place. But to date, you're right, Vice Mayor Wade, the city has not committed to funding for this project as of yet.
Do we have an idea of the ballpark? Maybe this is for Ashley or Sam. Are we talking $5 or $500,000? You know?
So we submitted a request through NDS, or I forget exactly when that was now a month or two ago, for approximately $30,000 a unit. So in the case of 50 units, that's 1.8 million, or 1.5 million, sorry. That is, when you look at the historical amount of subsidy that the city has put into other projects, that's in the ballpark. And frankly, that's a little low compared to what I think we ultimately need, but it is what it is, because I think that's trying to be consistent with historical precedent. That's what we're asking for ultimately to fulfill on the project.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So I just have a couple things. I'm sorry. Sandy, you want to go ahead?
Thanks. I'm sorry. I just tried to talk like 3 times now.
Go for it.
I did want to ask just if staff is comfortable with the critical slope issues and the mitigations, if they are followed through, the recommendations. I just know that's a very, on the other side, that's a very steep slope and could have a lot of potential issues.
Sure.
Just wanted to verify that.
No, I don't think the city engineer is with on the call right now, but I can kind of channel what he said to me. I know he's talked with the applicants and actually been out to the site, I think, and met with them to discuss the issues. The reason why he did not provide a more substantive recommendation that the critical slope reservation be approved is basically because the applicants haven't put in the work to do a site plan yet. So based on his strict reading of the ordinance, and he didn't want to go overboard with approving something that really hasn't been fully designed yet by professional engineers. But he did include a bunch of recommendations that he felt would be acceptable if it was designed roughly in concert with the way that the applicants are proposing to do it in the conceptual plan.
Thank you. That's what I just wanted to verify was with, you know, the channels, the diversion, the fencing, that kind of thing.
Yes, that's correct. And just to echo that, in our coordination with the city engineer, he's had a number of those additional requests, and those are all things we're definitely willing to look into and implement in site plan. But just based on the process, the way it works is first the PUD approval, and then we'll have to work with him to get site plan approval as the next step.
Thank you.
The questions I was curious about, first of all, you recite in here, should any units be for sale units, the affordability period would be 40 years. I guess I have 2 questions. First is, under what circumstances would you think you would have for sale units?
Frankly, under no circumstances.
Okay.
This project, I think that is effectively stock language from Sydney ordinance, as I understand it, just the way that the language comes over. But in this particular case, for this particular project, there is no anticipation of any for sale units.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
And can I make, sorry, Mayor Snook, can I make one other clarifying point to my previous response to Vice Mayor Wade with regards to the amount of funding asked for? When we originally were conceiving of both this project and the MACA project, the intention was to ideally apply for low-income housing tax credits in this coming 2022 cycle. That when we submitted our request for funding for both projects, it was with that understanding. Soon thereafter, however, we did a strategic breakdown of both the MACA project and the Park Street Christian Church project, and for a number of strategic factors have decided to push the Park Street Christian Church LIHTC application to 2023 cycle. So just to be aware in terms of where the amount of funding that we're asking from the city for this particular project it would not come, the formal request and approval would not need to happen until next year, just to be 100% clear on that.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess the two overall questions, one is, assuming that for whatever reason, the funding, that the whole project does not in fact happen. Either you don't get the LIHTC or you don't get enough other subsidies, you don't cover your gaps. If we have approved this, and this is a question we were talking about earlier today among some of the counselors, if this project doesn't go through, but we've already given you the PUD, what protections are there to say that somebody else isn't going to come along and say, hey, you've got this nice PUD rezoning, let's go ahead and do something completely different with it. My sense is that the PUD with the proffers and the proffers set forth in this document, that would be a sufficient protection. But I'm curious, either from the planning staff or from Ms. Robertson or anybody from the city side, if anybody has any trepidation about that at all. Doesn't sound like anybody has any any concerns.
My understanding is that the rezoning application, the development plan and the proffers would run with the property basically in perpetuity. So if this were to be passed to another owner, they would have to essentially design and build the same thing that PHA is proposing right now for this site. And that would include the proffers as part of the rezoning.
Now, in many cases, I think the way that the statute or the ordinance was intended to address this, you would come up with a PUD with a site plan that's a fairly detailed site plan as opposed to sort of a skeletal site plan. And I understand the reason why one does the not full site plan. You don't want to spend all that money and time on engineering when you don't even know whether you're going to get the initial approval. I guess I'm a little concerned because there's an awful lot of goodwill and trust, if you will, with PHA and with Habitat and with the participants in all of this process. And I'm not sure I would necessarily have the same sense of goodwill and trust for a number of other people who could end up buying the project for some reason. And so when we start looking at things that could possibly go wrong, and pardon me for being a lawyer, but that's kind of what lawyers are supposed to do, is to look for the things that can go wrong. I'm concerned that we protect ourselves against at least the broadest categories of what might go wrong in that respect.
So I think that overall, a PUD approval, when you're talking purely about sort of the layout of the development and the public facilities and the uses, those things are usually fairly specifically set out in the PUD application. So every PUD has its own use matrix. So essentially the PUD plan, the PUD development plan, sets out the zoning district parameters for that PUD. The more difficult question is when an applicant is promising that that PUD is only going to be used for specific affordable housing purposes. Quite frankly, proffers are rarely adequate, at least as we have been doing them in the city for years, to set out all of the details that could be enforced by a zoning administrator as to how the promised affordable dwelling unit program as represented in the application materials could actually be implemented. And so if you're looking 2, 3, 4, landowners down the road. So usually someone who's bringing forth a PUD is going to either sell off the property or transfer certain development rights for construction of these units to another LLC or somebody else. The city's ability to have trust in or to even know who they're dealing with at that point is going to be based on the level of details in a set of proffers. And proffers rarely have all those minutia in them that some people have in their policies for an affordable dwelling unit program, which we don't yet have in our zoning ordinance or within other provisions. So if there's any level of uncertainty, it's in whether the affordability requirements can be adequately ensured. But in terms of the layout of the development, what the permissible residential versus non-residential uses might be, generally how streets connect to existing public streets and highways, those things are relatively evident from a well-done PUD plan.
The other sort of general comment I would make about what some folks have criticized as being the vagueness or the uncertainty about the affordability mix is that I was on the board of PHA for a number of years and saw a lot of the applications go in and get processed and finally come to fruition. And it was just amazing how many different organizations had to join hands and jump at the same time. As Mr. Mathon said, maybe 15 organizations, all with this sense of trust that everybody else there is going to do what they have said they're going to do. And everybody has to be willing to join hands and in some case hold on for 6 months or a year while all the rest of the pieces get put together. And ultimately, none of these projects work unless the folks like us are willing to have a certain amount of faith in the people who are putting the project together. And I hear the concerns of some of the people who have expressed concerns about both this and the MACA project of how do you know they're going to do this? Well, nothing is ever certain, but I think we have to, at some point, we have to decide whether it's a risk that we're willing to take, knowing who we're joining hands with. And so to me, the fact that we would be joining hands with PHA and with Habitat and with church and so on gives me a fair amount of confidence in the whole thing. So we have, at this point, it's only a first reading. Do we have an agreement to move the item forward to the next meeting? Are we comfortable with the way things stand at the moment, counselors?
I am.
Yes.
Okay. Next question is, do we want to move it forward to the January? And this should also apply to the critical slopes waiver as well, both to the PUD and to the critical slope. Do we want to move it forward to the consent agenda and vote on it through the consent agenda, or do we want to have more public discussion of it?
I think that for me, it can be consent agenda. I don't think we have to, like Michael said, have a larger discussion on how we're going to find a reliable, sustainable funding route for affordable housing, because we have other projects like the schools and things that we have a lot of great projects that will be competing for a small amount of money. So, but I have no concerns with this project.
Okay. If
No,
is that a consensus then? So we'll move it forward to the consent agenda, at least as to the Park Street Christian Church project. There may be considerably more discussion about the MACA project, which, as it happens, is the next item on the agenda. So thank you all for the discussion of the Park Street Christian Church project. Who wants to talk about, Mr. O'Connell, is back to you for the MACA PUD?
Yep. Just introduce and then the applicants can come in. All right, so This public hearing item is a rezoning request for 1021, 1023, and 1025 Park Street. That is tax maps 47-800, 47-11, and 47-71 respectively. Piedmont Housing Alliance, in partnership with the Monticello Area Community Action Agency, or MACA, and 1023 Park Street LLC, has applied pursuant to city code seeking a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district of the subject property from R1, single family residential, to PUD, planned unit development, subject to a development plan and proffered development conditions. 1021 and 1023 Park Street are currently developed with single family homes. 1025 Park Street is currently developed with the MACA school site. The proposed PUD development plan calls for preservation of the 2 existing single-family homes, 28 new townhome or duplex units, 65 multifamily units in 2 buildings, and a maximum of 7,500 square feet of commercial childcare space. The existing private MACA drive will be upgraded to a public street along with a connected road C as illustrated in the development plan. The remaining roads depicted on the plan will be private. Staff finds in their review that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the city's 2021 future land use map for density, use, and housing type. The development may contribute to other goals within the land use, housing, and transportation chapters of the 2021 comprehensive plan. Staff also finds the type of use, residential plus daycare facilities, would be consistent with the existing development patterns for this area. As presented in the application, staff finds the PUD to be desirable as to preserving open space, increasing housing diversity, and improving intersection design and pedestrian connectivity along Park Street. Staff has some concerns about adequate accessibility of pedestrian infrastructure along the southern slope of the property and turnaround access to the proposed public road, but otherwise recommends approval of this rezoning with the included proffers. Planning Commission considered this at the December 14th, 2021 regular meeting and recommended approval by a vote of 4-0. And with that, I can turn it over to the applicants who have another presentation for the project.
Thank you, Dannon.
Fire away.
Thanks again, Mayor Snook. If your technical staff could pull up, there we go. Thank you, sir. I'm again Kurt Kiesacker, principal at BRW Architects, joined once again by Mandy Burbage, Andy Miller, Sunshine Mathon from Piedmont Housing Alliance, and Jonathan Showalter and Thomas Ruff from the Timmons Group. I failed to mention in the Park Street project, but I'll mention it here. Also on the call tonight is Lori Schweller from Williams Mullen, who can help us with any technical proffer questions. And our partners for this project are MACA. Sarah Hanks, Executive Director, has been leading our contact team development decisions. It's MACA property, as everyone knows. An additional partner is Habitat for Humanity with Dan Rosenzweig, Executive Director, helping us with the determination of where the for sale units will be placed. Next slide, please. This project is also located north of 250, also along Park Street. It's an odd occurrence that both these projects are presented to you tonight in one meeting. It has to do with, as Sunshine mentioned, kind of the cycle of funding and opportunities presenting themselves when they did. So we have had similar and parallel meetings with the Locust Grove community and open meetings to discuss this property. It is also located on a sloping site and near the trail network, even closer to the trail network, particularly along John Warner Parkway, with some terrific bike trails leading immediately to downtown. It's accessed from Park Street, and I'll show you a little more detail on the next slide, please. For those of you who have not had a chance to visit, it's a great property. The historic home and additions to the home that were on the property from years ago and the school building that was there still exist in different configuration, maybe over time. Our plan is to put some of the new development on top of the footprints of the existing buildings, so none of the existing buildings on the MACA property proper will remain, but the 2 homes facing Park Street, 1023 Park Street and the Stone House, which I think is 1021 Park Street, will remain as they are today and will continue to be single-family homes facing Park Street. The site characteristics of this property, some highlights. There are a lot of historic gardens and garden walls and elements of historic landscape that have not been maintained very well, but luckily are still there, located in kind of where I've got diagram number 1 with the photo on the top right. There are a series of green spaces under some existing trees that kind of cascade down the hill toward the parkway. And then there's a remnant of the old site walls and driveway that led from 250, but probably some connection to Park Street up the original old driveway that kind of shows on this plan is a little loop on the bottom of the site plan. There are also slopes on this site and some significant stands of trees. Luckily, because we're building primarily well where the parking lots and the existing buildings are, we're not disturbing any of the critical slopes at present, so there's no critical slope waiver on this project. Next slide, please. So our proposal is for, as Dan had mentioned, a total of 95 units, 65 multifamily affordable units on the bottom left in the 2 larger footprint multifamily buildings, and then a series of townhomes and duplex kind of front facing as an extension of the neighborhood from Park Street. And that's really how we organized our thinking for the site itself. We wanted to pull the neighborhood into the property. It's a little bit isolated now, folks in town know where it is, but we wanted to kind of extend the North Downtown and Locust Grove neighborhood into the property with the Maca Drive, and then use the larger buildings to buffer the noise from the 250 bypass and also frame some views in the site to kind of enclose that as a neighborhood that could be experienced. Next slide, please. This is a view of the new drive from Park Street down Maca Drive. We purposefully left the larger buildings kind of out of the front view so you could kind of see down this new tree-lined street with a series of townhomes and duplexes that frame a view toward the Blue Ridge beyond. And it will be inherently walkable with new sidewalks and porches on either side of the drive. Next slide, please. The other primary spatial experience in the plan is a new community green that is kind of around the corner from that street view that we showed you just on the slide before. This community green in the site plan faces the 250 bypass. On the right-hand side, it's bordered by the first multifamily building, so it kind of serves as a community yard for all of those residents. And on the left, there are some townhomes, and then you can see a little bit in the background on the left, building number 2 for the affordable homes. So this is a shared community space that will have some slope to it as it moves down toward the gardens at the other end of the property. Next slide, please. So in this diagram, you can see kind of how we related those spaces to the buildings and some of the landscape that we'll add and the connectivity within the property. But again, with similar to the Park Street project, we had community meetings on the same night for the convenience of our neighbors to be able to give us comments on Park Street and then give us comments on the Maca site. Concerns were again expressed related to the intersection at Park Street and how it aligns with Davis. It's not a very good connection presently. Preservation of some of the historic assets on the site, particularly the walls and the landscape that's there, the gardens that I mentioned, and then generally accessibility and connectivity into the site and that concern between the lower and upper portions of the property, which we have tried to address, but we'll talk about that in a couple slides. Next slide, please. At this time, Jonathan, maybe you could step in. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. So with this project as well, we performed a traffic study in coordination with the city traffic engineer. These were actually, both sites were done together as one traffic study. And so that actually added both sites' traffic in there cumulatively. So with each site individually, it is a little more conservative for just that site because we have the traffic from both projects. But based on that study, we looked at the intersection of Davis Avenue and Park Street for this site. And similar to the Park Street project, there were no operational issues noted, no major safety concerns from the traffic study perspective, and the volume of traffic generated by this development is fairly minimal considered to the overall Park Street traffic, pretty small percentage of that. So what we see is it won't have a significant operational impact on that intersection. The major impacts are potentially more left turns into the site. And then also the biggest impact is potential backups into the site from people trying to exit. And like the other project, we had a number of community meetings, 2 community meetings, and also the Planning Commission, and we heard various input during that. So we can go ahead to the next slide here. So there's a number of different improvements that came out of that, also based on staff input and some items from a previous PUD submission. One of the main ones Kurt was talking about is currently Maca Drive is where the red hatch is. Kind of right now you can see a gray hatch, which is the proposed Maca Drive, and where that red striped hatch is below is where the current alignment is. So it's offset from Davis Avenue and creates a very strange intersection for both traffic on Park Street, watching out for cars turning onto Park Street, but also for any cars on Davis or Maca. If you have a car on both of those trying to take left turns or right turns, it's confusing who's going first and just creates more conflict points. So a major part of this project is realigning Maca Drive farther to the north to be directly across from Davis and make it a safer intersection. Along with that, the existing crosswalk will be moved north as well. And then also up above Maca Drive, the gray hatch, there's another red striped hatch that illustrates an existing driveway from that house there that we've been referring to as the stone house due to its stone exterior. But that driveway will be eliminated as well, making this a simpler, typical 4-way intersection instead of the current almost 5-way intersection it is today. Another issue that I was noting earlier about the traffic study for number 4 is potential for traffic to back up in this site. And the main cause of that would be if traffic coming out Maca Drive if someone was trying to take a left turn on Park Street, they'd have to wait for a gap in both directions of traffic. So another improvement we made to this project is to add a right out only island. So that way people exiting this site can only take a right turn. And that'll work well with the existing network in the John Warner Parkway, where most people will probably be either heading into town or able to access the main roads, taking a right turn out only. And that'll also help improve the efficiency and safety of the intersection. And then item number 3 is the poor visibility currently. We can go ahead to the next slide here that better illustrates that. As Kurt was mentioning, unless you've specifically gone to Maca, it may be may not really know where this entrance is. I know for me, even having grown up in Charlottesville, driving down Park Street, it kind of sneaks up on you because currently there's a fair number of obstacles to the site distance. This is in the entrance looking north along Park Street. There's currently some vegetation, there's a fence, there's a power pole. And so on the left side of this slide here, you can see the darker hatch is showing the current view and how that is limited along Park Street. Basically, you can just see from the power pole to the right in that photo on the right. So in the proposed development with the realignment, it'll eliminate those obstacles and allow for a much better sight distance to the left there. So that's shown kind of the lighter hatch on the left of that slide. So that'll definitely help increase the safety and efficiency of this intersection as well. So with that, I think we can go to the next slide. And I'll turn it back over to Kurt here for the wall diagrams.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, and quickly, another concern that was mentioned to us from the neighborhood and also some of the planners on the Planning Commission was the preservation of the character of the site as defined by some of the stone walls that existed for many years. And so this diagram shows the extent of the walls. The black ones are the ones that we're preserving, and the orange ones are the ones that we're going to have to take down. Primarily the reason that we're taking down the ones kind of to the top of the page are because of grading as we put the new road in to make it accessible through the site. So it's always at an accessible grade. And then the small changes to the ones at the bottom near the buildings 1 and 2 for the multifamily are a result also of grading. Our idea was to make the top portion of the site completely accessible as an extension of the neighborhood. And so that kind of affects where we have to have our final grade. And we've been able to make up some of those changes in grade with the new buildings, which are the multifamily buildings, which are larger in footprint. I didn't mention it before, but I'll just go ahead and say that now. These large buildings, not only do they kind of buffer the noise and frame the site, but we purposefully place them in a location that we hoped would buffer them from the existing single-family homes on Park Street, with the kind of wooded nature of the backyards of the homes that face Park Street. And so their scale as larger buildings kind of address the highway scale from 250. You can kind of see them from, you know, the bridge as you come down 250, moving essentially east, and the John Warner Parkway, but they won't be as readily visible from the neighborhood proper along Park Street. Next slide, please. This is a slide that relates to our ability to control for some of the tree preservation on the site. And so our primary impact on the existing trees are along the new Maca Drive, where the new townhomes and duplexes will be. We'll replace some of those trees in the backyards of the existing homes with tree-lined streets, and the new community green that I mentioned there kind of in the center of this diagram. But those darker green treed areas are the ones that will be preserved as they exist on the site, and we'll take advantage of them. They face outward toward the larger views in the neighborhood. So I think when one kind of views this property from 250, it will have its same profile in terms of the landscape and the horizon with the tree canopy. Next slide, please. Then I think this may be our last slide as it relates to the concerns that the neighbors had and the staff had when the question was connectivity. And so we made a number of design decisions and efforts to try to enhance and kind of take advantage of this location and connectivity. One of them that's relatively subtle but important is that we placed all the parking behind the building so that the new street that comes in is not interrupted by a series of curb cuts. So that new Maca Drive will be a great bike and pedestrian route along the sidewalks, or, you know, in the road itself, and not kind of interrupted by various driveways that would lead over to the homes, the duplexes and townhomes. And then as we've looped around the community green, because of the grade changes, we've suggested a stairway with a bike channel that leads down to a potential future bike connection over to the old driveway location ramp on the ramp at 250 bypass, as well as creation of a connection at the bottom of the garden so that folks could come in from the John Warner Parkway and visit the bottom portion of the site, which currently is not accessible and not available to anybody to visit from that location. Next slide, please. And so with that, it's the end of our presentation. We are happy to present this project to you. It's a unique endeavor because it has for sale homes from Habitat. I should mention the townhomes and duplexes are for sale. The rental units in the 2 larger multifamily buildings. And so with a mix of housing types and the creation of some outdoor spaces that the community residents and the entire neighborhood can enjoy, as well as opening up some of the gardens to the larger Charlottesville community, we really feel like we've tried to put together a plan that mixes different housing types to create some spaces that our whole city can enjoy and meet some of those goals from the comprehensive plan in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councilors, any questions, clarifying questions?
Yeah, I have a number of ones. It's a really brilliant project. I like it, and it checks off so many boxes of the things that we want our city to have. You know, I don't want to set up some sort of false distinction or dichotomy or opposition between building a good project that gives us the affordability that we need versus parking and versus traffic. But there's still this fact that at that intersection, particularly 250, where 250 and Park are right now, is a difficult place to get through. I know because I drive through there often. So I just want us to be honest going into this with our assumptions. So the intersection that you've redesigned at Maca Drive as it comes out, just across from Davis. Yes, so you've got that aligned, so that makes sense. And it sounds like you've widened that some as well, by not encroaching, but moving into the stone house space. And then you mentioned a right-hand only turn out of Maca, is that right?
That's correct. So it's similar to the diagram we had on Park Street, but basically there's a little wishbone type curb island. So vehicles coming out are directed to the right, so they're not able to go straight across the Davis or try to take a left turn on Park Street.
Okay, do you think people are actually going to do that?
Basically, the island forces people to do that unless, and it'll be shaped in a way that it's basically a channelized turnout or a channelized island now. Currently, there is a sign there, or I believe at one point in the street photos, there was a sign that said no left turns. What you see with signs like that, it's not really an enforceable thing, or it doesn't really force traffic to go right only. But the island is a lot more effective at forcing cars to do the right out only.
Yeah, I guess I'm just skeptical that that you're going to have all these people coming out of that development and none of them ever want to go north on Park. So they'd go south on Park and then somehow go back through the neighborhood, or is the idea to go to Park and then 250 and back up John Warner?
That's what it seems like a majority of people would do. If someone, it seems like it would be a very limited amount of traffic that would want to take that left turn on Park, and unless they were just going to somewhere else in the neighborhood. But the main, now that the John Warner Parkway is there, it basically creates a larger block intersection where someone could take a right on 250, right onto John Warner Parkway if they're going up to 29, or even if they're going farther up on Rio, kind of past the Melbourne intersection. It'd be probably much faster for them to just go the John Warner Parkway, right on the Melbourne, left back on the Park Street up at the Melbourne intersection.
Okay. I'm not sure I completely agree, but that's fine. Okay, well, I'll put a pin in that and I'll come back in a minute. So
okay.
Next person. Sorry.
I just wanted to have a ask real quick about how much traffic do we know that Maca currently generates? It's not like an vacant lot. It I'm sure generates quite a bit of.
And I'm at this point probably going to see if Thomas is available, pull him in. Thomas Ruff is our transportation engineer. So he's a lot more familiar with the ins and outs of the traffic report.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Thanks, y'all. Yeah, so the traffic study, when the data was collected earlier this year, or now earlier in 2021, there was roughly about 10 trips a day entering and 10 trips a day leaving the site, as it is today. So relatively low in the grand scheme based on what was collected out there during the peak hours of the day for Park Street. So that's 7 to 9 a.m., 4 to 6 p.m. It's possible that during the middle of the day, there may be some midday off-peak times that intersection or that entrance may have more traffic. But in the case of what is studied in a traditional traffic study that we worked with the city on, that those are the volumes for that current operations.
How much of Maca was even open during that time, though?
I would have to take a look and see. I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, that just seems awfully low for what that facility has done historically and the amount of people coming and going. I mean, that's just why I'm bringing this up is while we're looking at this traffic study, what we also have to be understanding is that that traffic is going to go away. It's not 100% add-on traffic. It's reduce and then add back. And that's just the point I'm trying to make here. And I was just curious where the numbers were on that.
Yeah, that's helpful to me, Sina, so or Councilor McGill. So I guess your point is that there has historically been traffic coming in and out of that already. So we need to talk about the net add from this. Yeah, I see. Do we have any sense of what the net add is or would be in terms of trips?
So the additional trips for the MACA site will be roughly 900 new trips per day. And so that's roughly about 100 trips in the AM peak hour and 100 trips in the PM peak hour, mostly exiting in the morning, entering in the PM, but still split relatively evenly.
Okay.
This is Sunshine, just for a second, just to further bolster Councilor McGill's point, is that I think when the traffic study was done, MACA was not operating in its normal capacity. And so the actual delta is considerably smaller, I think, relatively speaking. But because it's measured during COVID times, even though the traffic study did an estimation of a COVID increase in the expected traffic under residential condition, it did not account for the reduced level of traffic under COVID for the current condition.
Has there been a traffic study done, even or just a traffic count done on Park Street at any point in the last decade for other purposes? Surely they must have done something along those lines. We ought to be able to tell how artificially low a number from June of 2021 might be if we look at historical data.
Sure. So the VDOT does keep traffic data, and that is provided. The city does collect some traffic data and provides that to VDOT, which is publicly available. And I can go through the numbers explicitly, but before John Warner Parkway was open, Park Street experienced 15,000 plus trips per day. After the John Warner Parkway was opened, that number has settled over the last 3 years at roughly 8,000 to 9,000 trips per day, sometimes getting to 10,000 trips per day. The counts from the VDOT data for 2021, the numbers were at 82,000 or 8,200, excuse me. So roughly a
1,500 or so.
Roughly a 20% drop in traffic. And so in coordination with Brennan Duncan, the city traffic engineer, we took the counts that we performed and grew them all by 20% to make sure that we weren't missing any information there. We did use, this site was offered up for a development, I believe 3 years ago. And there was traffic data from that traffic study that we also referenced to make sure we were in line with that data, or at least seeing similar results. And so that also played a part in using that 20% growth rate.
So when the question was asked at one point by one of the commenters earlier in the meeting, where did this number 20% come from? Is that where it came from, that you noticed you were 20% lower than historical?
Correct. And this is based on our experience over the last 2 years, which have been unique, is that the best way to do that is to take data collection that where we can compare that over the previous number of years and see what the increase is, so that we can grow our traffic. And sometimes that might be conservative, but we'd rather be conservative to get answers than stick with a lower number or use some static number. So each location is unique. In this case, it was about a 20% difference. You
you said that there had been at least some of this traffic stuff you were doing for both projects simultaneously. Is the 900 for both projects, or is that only for the MACA project?
That is only for the MACA project. The Park Street site is 350 trips per day. So in total, roughly 1,250 trips per day.
I got you. Okay. Which is still, even if we add that on to the 9,000 or 10,000, we're still lower than we were 5 years ago.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point. I had not even put two and two together in terms of John Warner Parkway. So that pulled a lot of traffic. That's already been shunted off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, just one comment and question for me, and thank you. That was very helpful, particularly, the context of traffic trips will be lower than they were, several years ago because of the Parkway. One, I'll just repeat my comment again. I'm guessing, just correct me if I'm wrong, but similar to the last one, a situation where local subsidy that will be needed, and this will be a part of that same conversation we talked about earlier. And the second question, at the risk of sidetracking us a little bit, but I was just curious about it because you brought it up, is the tree canopy, and just whether we know whether the net effect will be a reduction in tree canopy. And I'll be clear, I appreciate the thought and care that has gone into it. It's not a sticking point at all that would lead me to not approve the project over it, but it just raised that question in my mind, and also raised the broader question, given that the Tree Commission has been working on sort of their longer term vision and looking at the fact that we're experiencing a decline in tree canopy overall. Where, if at all, is that wrapped into the process on our city staff end in terms of looking at the net impact on tree canopy? And I apologize, that's a little bit of a sidetrack, but that slide just brought that to mind for me.
Jonathan, I don't know if I think we can say that we don't have a particular number that we can say it's 5% more or 5% less. We do have a fairly detailed tree survey. And I think during the site plan process, now I'm treading into Jonathan's territory, but during the site plan process, there will be an accounting for which trees are affected by the final grading and which ones need to come down and which ones we can replace. I think visually as a diagram, I think we're close, but obviously the trees that will replace the ones that we have to take down will be immature and we'll have to grow back to, a broader canopy. But like I said, I think the area of impact is the backyards of the homes that face Park Street immediately. And Jonathan, did I leave anything out of our logic there?
No, definitely. That was good input there. It is. I'm looking at the city tree canopy requirements. I think with this site, just given the amount of existing trees we are preserving, we're going to be well over the minimum city tree canopy requirements. So a lot of the trees that are shown on here are meeting street tree requirements or also just providing existing buffering of the neighbors. So this will put us even farther over those traditional tree canopy requirements for this type of area and this type of development. Yeah, I think, like you were saying, Kurt, those circles we have, and I guess just one thing to reiterate with these pictures we're showing here tonight, these are kind of the I'd say that are the pretty architectural images. In our actual submissions, we have about 40 pages of engineering type plans, and then I think another 40 pages of architectural plans. And we went with kind of these a little bit more accessible drawings here for the public consumption. But I think just in general, looking at your all's circles on that tree canopy diagram, that's a good representation of what those will look like once they grow to kind of their I believe it's their 2 or 10-year canopy.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't mean to nitpick on you guys specifically. It just brought to mind, mainly on our city end, sort of what's going on that's leading us to lose by attrition, big picture tree canopy over time, but that's a conversation for another day. One last question is for the rental units. Is it the same structure as the PUD we just discussed in terms of the goal being affordability and perpetuity as well?
Councilor Payne, yes, that is the goal here as well. And it's the same constraints, although it's a different site with a different set of costs and a different set of potential subsidies to some extent, different number of units. The end goal is the exact same in terms of long-term perpetual affordability, as well as the aim for as deeply affordable as we can make it. In addition, these would, as I mentioned before, these would be additional units that would be accepting vouchers in our city limits, which is a rare commodity. And if I may, I don't wish, Councilor Payne, did you have another question? Because I do want to circle back.
I'm done.
Okay. So I did get a note from MACA staff on back to the traffic count question just a moment ago. And to Councilor McGill's point, MACA was actually on break when the traffic study was done. So normally they would have seen 60 children with their parents going back and forth on that day for that traffic count under normal circumstances. So again, the delta between the existing condition of traffic in and out of the MACA site relative to the new condition is not as great as it might seem.
And Sunshine, if I may, we did include a daycare traffic in our trip generation model. Just it was projected based on trip generation tables for that type of site. So that data is included in the numbers. It's just not, it may not match 100% to what is going on day to day, but we did want to account for that in some manner. So just that's for everyone's knowledge.
So I did have a couple of questions. Councilor Payne, if you're done, sir.
I am.
Speaking of daycare, someone mentioned if daycare was going to be part of this, and I'm new to this, I'm not sure if it was part of it originally and not now. Can someone tell me if daycare will be part of this project?
So currently in the design of one of the multifamily buildings, there is space that we are planning on having a smaller version of the preschool condition that MACA currently operates.
Okay.
And not the full MACA site as it currently is, but a smaller version, as I mentioned.
Okay.
That is the plan, but like most things, developing affordable preschool is as complicated as developing affordable housing, and is largely dependent upon funding. So it is our full intention, and it is MACA's full intention, to develop the site with that preschool in place. And there is also still some funding to be sought and acquired to finalize that.
Yes, sir. So relating to the affordability issue, and this is something that is a little bit more concern to me than the previous project, because I got a few emails on this one just from some older people in the community that where I don't think it was the current administration for PHA that in the 10th page and they put it had promised some affordable housing, and it turned out to be not the case. And this will be some very attractive locations. It's close to downtown and everything. And so I think there'll be a lot of concerns that, you could, everything's relative. You could be making $200,000 and it could be, you have difficulty purchasing a house, in the city. So that's not anything we have to address tonight, but that is something that your words were encouraging, but we just need to make sure that that the language is hard, concrete in the proffers or conditions of this project. Because I think that we'll lose credibility if it's not what we say it's going to be. And next time, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So it was advantage of going last because a lot of my questions about peak traffic and when it was done and things like that has already been answered. So I just had a couple of questions about the access to it. when I used to do these type of things with a project this size, we would get comments from the fire department, fire and rescue, because, you know, just in case there is an accident right there at the entrance, there's only one way in and one way out. And I know that there's a side entrance down at the bottom. Is that going to be used? What were the comments from fire and rescue or the fire department?
Jonathan, do you?
I don't know if Dannon has any more input on that. I know we didn't receive any direct concerns on that. That was one item we noted was on the previous PUD, but not on this one. But I think some people mentioned the ordinance change on that. But that is something we will be working closely with fire and rescue during site plan to make sure we work out issues like fire truck turnaround, minimum backup distances, circulation, and turning radius into the site.
I think it's part.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
It's part of the reason why we wanted to bring that public street into the property so we could have it function like a part of the neighborhood and service all those needs. But the old historic driveway is not intended to be any kind of vehicular path at this point. So it's only from Park Street and Maca Drive, the new Maca Drive.
So I'm trying to remember, and I walk this area all the time, not actually Park Street, because it's not, you know, with all of the traffic on it and the sidewalks close to the road and things like that, it's not a very peaceful walk. And that's one of my comments, is that I can't remember everything that you said, but would there be sidewalks from the bypass, continuous sidewalks on both sides from the bypass to Davis Avenue?
That is the current plan, and I don't know if we can go back to that slide. But basically, as Kurt was saying, the plan is we'll have sidewalks connecting off Park Street down Maca Drive into the site. And basically, one of the things we're dealing with on this site is there's roughly 60 feet of elevation change from the Park Street side down to 250. So our main goal is to keep all those roads serving the single family and the multifamily units accessible, make sure those are under the 5% slope. And so unfortunately that did necessitate a stairs down to that existing driveway. We looked at a lot of different items or different solutions for ramps to try to make an ADA path, but it just was not practical with that extra 40 feet of fall we had to make up, keeping the rest of the site accessible. And also that existing driveway is a steeper slope than ADA, but it will provide a connection that could be used by bikes and also pedestrians with that stairs. So currently the John Warner Parkway path comes up along 250 and kind of goes from a 10-foot wide multi-use path, narrows down to a sidewalk, crosses a couple driveway entrances. And I know from biking it's kind of like you're on a nice bikeable path and then all of a sudden you're on a sidewalk. It's a little tougher right by 250 on ramp there. So this will provide another connection through the site up to Davis Avenue.
Right. So I just want to make sure you were talking about John Warner Parkway. I was referring to Park Street.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're saying to that. Okay.
Yeah. So basically it'll provide a connection through the site using those stairs all the way up to Park Street and Davis Avenue. So people now, instead of walking along 250 down to the on-ramp, could go through the site in kind of a slower neighborhood environment.
Yeah, and I think that this is just a maintenance thing. It's also is that there's a lot of weeds growing on Park Street, kind of right there at the curb on his street. This is just something really for our Parks and Rec to do once, you know, the dust settles, that they can do it. I have one more comment. I thought that there were stone walls on Park Street that, you know, in the homes there, I can't remember. I know there's stone homes. I can't remember if they had kind of stone walls in front of the house that as you are coming up for your sight distance that you want to, you know, were those if there are walls there, would they be impacted by this project?
That is something we're looking at directly to the north of Park Street. That's a house currently owned by MACA that is normally called the Stone House just because it has that stone exterior. And there are those retaining walls along Park Street. The hope is to preserve as much of those as possible. And in our initial look at it, it seems that we can hopefully get that site distance without a lot of grading or disturbance to those walls. But that is something we'll have to dig into a little bit more during the site plan design phase.
I know I said that was the last one, but one more. Would that intersection be signalized? Does it have to be?
It will not. I'll pull Thomas back in for the technicalities of that, but I believe we were well below the conditions that would warrant any kind of signal on that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other counselors? I've asked all the questions I've got, so how are folks feeling about it?
So I'm definitely feeling good about it. Is this, some of those kind of, questions that we have, particularly about the impacts, because if we don't address some of those, I think they're being addressed, then it won't be, a pleasant living environment for the new residents, as well as neither for the current residents of the neighborhood.
One comment, I guess, that I wanted to make, particularly in light of some of the other discussion tonight about Fifth Street, is that I think we have to remember, because there are a couple of people, both in emails to us that I received over the last 48 hours, and at least one person this evening who made the parallel to say, why are you so concerned about people, about traffic accidents and people dying on Fifth Street, and you're not concerned about that happening here? There's a huge difference between somebody who, there's basically no way that the conditions on Fifth Street are going to obtain here. It's just simply not going to happen. You don't have a 4-lane highway. You don't have it divided. You don't have 45 miles an hour. You may well see some incremental increase in rear enders, in minor low impact kinds of collisions. And I don't mean to downplay them and to say that that's irrelevant, but it is, I think, kind of distorting to throw that argument in there in the same breath as Fifth Street and 6 people dying, because that's just not the kind of traffic safety problem we're going to see. It is something that I think we have to be sensitive to, and I think that the folks have made some good suggestions with the right only coming out and things like that. I am a little bit concerned, and this is not any reflection on the applicant, but rather just that a number of concerns got raised at the last minute that I didn't have a chance. We collectively didn't have a chance to talk to our own traffic safety people just to see whether this is whether the answers we're hearing are answers that we ought to be willing to accept. Frankly, one of my thoughts, and I'm generally in favor of the project, and I think that it has an awful lot of good things going for it, and there's a good reason why I think we need to go ahead and make a decision on it. But I am concerned. I should make 2 points. I'm not being very coherent here, but the first point is we have the same issue about the affordability question. The fact is that we just can't get everything guaranteed upfront with sufficient, definition and commitment to be able to satisfy the folks who are saying, well, how do we know it's really going to be 30% or 50% or whatever? And I just come back to the fact that I think that this is the kind of project where if we build it in as part of the PUD requirements, it's kind of going to have to get done. So I'm not too concerned about that, but I am concerned about not having all of the information that I would like to have about the traffic situation. It may be that the answers are easily obtainable, and it may be that when we would come back, of course, we can only do it as a first reading tonight anyway. We can't actually vote on it tonight. But I would like to think about whether there is more information that we ought to be getting to be sure about this. We got a lot of, again, good emails, lots of information presented to us in the last 24 hours, and in some cases the last 12 hours that I frankly didn't have a chance to read before we came on tonight. And I would like to have a little more time to make sure that we have really gone over that in more detail. Don't know if anybody else feels that concern, but we have two options. One is we put it on for the consent agenda for next time, or we don't put it on for the consent agenda and we have that issue to discuss if the circumstances warrant it. I don't, how do other folks feel about that?
So
Go ahead.
just moving forward, but not putting it on the consent agenda,
That's one option.
or moving forward or putting it on the consent agenda is another option.
Correct.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with the first option.
To get more of the traffic information before we go ahead and then say yes.
Just to anticipate that there might be further questions that come up in this next 2 weeks that we might want to consider, and just to give it that time. I mean, we'll still have the time for 2 weeks, no matter what, to look at the information, the traffic engineers.
I mean, I say that the reality is if we put it on the consent agenda and we get questions, we can always pull it off the consent agenda. But if we don't put it on the consent agenda in the first place, and we say to the city traffic people, give us your analysis of these objections that the neighbors and others have raised, I would just feel more comfortable with having given them the task to report to us, yes, this is a valid concern, no, it's not a valid concern, and then we can move forward from there. That's frankly my thought.
I would agree with that. I don't know that it hurts us in terms of this project to just have a second reading as opposed to putting it on the consent agenda. And it'll go some ways to hopefully reassure people, maybe not that we've done our due diligence, but I would like to ask a few more questions of the traffic engineer.
How do folks on staff feel about that approach? Dan, and you're sort of on the hot seat here.
Yeah, I can definitely ask Mr. Duncan to come to the next meeting and then discuss it with it.
Or it may be that he can provide answers in a memorandum that is sufficient. But I was just looking at all of the emails, which raised some very seemingly substantive, seemingly legitimate points that, not being an engineer, I can't refute. I don't know, but I'd like to have somebody who is an engineer be able to, and who's our engineer, frankly, to look at it and say, yeah, you're okay. Don't worry about it.
Right. No, I know he's definitely been talking with myself and with members of the public regarding the traffic study and regarding the traffic issues for this site in Park Street Church. So maybe he can provide something to council to kind of summarize what he's found in his evaluation of the traffic study for the project so far.
Okay. So my suggestion would be that we move it forward to the January 18th meeting for a second reading and expect to vote on it at that meeting, but not have it on the consent agenda unless we look at the answer we get from staff and say, okay, this is now a trivial problem. Does that make sense to people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good with that. And I'll just underline again, I really look forward to our broader conversation about how we will fund these projects.
Absolutely. No question. Okay, so let's move it forward for a second reading and a vote. Let's see, next item on the agenda, Chris Cullinan, Director of Finance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Chris Cullinan, the city's Director of Finance. This agenda item is a second reading of the year-end adjustments and appropriation for the fiscal year 2021. And so this item, the audit for fiscal year 2021 has been completed. We received an unmodified opinion, a clean audit from our auditors, Robinson Farmer Cox and Associates. You heard from them back, or council, I should say, heard from them back in the beginning of December with their report. This item helps us close the city's financial records for the year with several year-end adjustments. These adjustments are to carry over unspent funds from the last fiscal year to the current fiscal year and require council's actions. In summary, the general fund ended FY 2021 with a $5.5 million surplus in excess of a 17% fund balance policy. On the revenue side of things, obviously, COVID had a significant impact on several of our economically sensitive revenues, such as lodging taxes, meals taxes, personal property taxes, which performed under budget and actually below their previous year levels. But fortunately, those were offset by real estate taxes, which are the city's largest source of revenues for the general funds, performing slightly better than expected as real estate values increased and property owners were able to make their payments in full and on time. Also, the city sales tax receipts performed better than expected because of greater online sales during the pandemic and consumer spending on non-discretionary goods such as groceries. And then coupled with that, expenditures were below budget, which helped offset some of that diminished revenue performance. Several of our larger departments had salary savings from vacant positions, also some reduced levels of service from closed facilities. Those sorts of things resulting from the pandemic resulted in some savings. Also, the city received $8.2 million in CARES funds, which were used for eligible expenses in lieu of the city using its own money. To be clear, the surplus figure that I cited does not include the CARES Act money, but instead the CARES Act money stepped in place of our funds for eligible projects. And so the appropriation that is being considered has 3 staff recommendations. The first one is to transfer about $6.7 million from the citywide reserve economic downturn account to the CIP contingency account. When the FY21 budget was being constructed was right in the spring of 2020, right as COVID was beginning. And while at that time we didn't know what the impacts were going to be, we obviously knew they were going to be significant. And so the budget was crafted to include a reserve account that was made up of funds that we normally would have transferred from the general fund to our CIP in anticipation of diminished revenue performance. It gave us some budgetary capacity to absorb those revenue losses. But as things came to fruition and we closed out the year, we did not need to tap into that fund. And so this recommendation of transferring the $6.7 million to the CIP contingency is simply to do what it was originally intended to do. And as a reminder, one of our financial management policies is to transfer at a minimum 3% of the general fund to the CIP each year. We also have a financial management policy that says any surplus funds we treat as one-time revenues and we use them for one-time types of expenses. And obviously capital expenses meet that criteria. And then, as we all know, there are some fairly significant capital needs that are going to be considered in the next few months as council looks at our proposed CIP going forward. And so that's recommendation number 1. Recommendation number 2 is to transfer $5.5 million from the fund balance for employee compensation. And this is comprised of really 2 pieces. One is a $3,500 bonus for all employees who work full-time between January 1st, 2021 and November 26, 2021 as a thank you for their service and essential work during what was a difficult year. And then for employees who joined the city during the year or were seasonal, part-time, or temporary, they'll receive some prorated amount of the $3,500 based on when they started or hours worked during the year. And then the second piece of that compensation is a 6% mid-year market adjustment for all benefit eligible employees. This is a market adjustment which recognizes the need for the city to retain and recruit qualified employees. And then finally, the third recommendation is to transfer approximately $6,400 to the city treasurer's office. This is part of the agreement we have with Commonwealth to have a DMV select office in the lobby of City Hall. This is a very popular service amongst our citizens. And so this transfer is to meet the obligations under that contract. City Council held a public hearing on this item back on December 20th and advanced this item to this evening with no amendments to those recommendations. Before I take any questions, one correction that the mayor pointed out on page 6 of that particular item. There's a typo at the very top. It says FY 2020 year-end appropriation. This is actually the FY 2021 year-end appropriation. The dates below that are correct. I apologize for that oversight. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilors have questions? We have it on here instead of a consent agenda mainly so the councilors Wade and Pinkston would have a chance to chime in if they had thoughts.
No, I'm just reading it now on another computer, and I've been kind of keeping up with it, so I am fine. I don't have any questions or comments.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
so are we ready to vote then?
Just
Is
wanted to
there a
add
motion?
one clarification.
Beg your pardon?
I wanted to add a clarification. I know
Okay.
people have been confused about what a mid-year raise is. A mid-year raise means that it would start very soon, not wait till July.
Correct. And we would actually make it
So-
retroactive to January 1st.
So that's what I want people to make sure that they understand. It's not that we're asking people to wait until
Correct.
July, mid-calendar year. It's saying that because we run our fiscal year from July, that it will start as of January 1.
Correct. And then also to be clear, the bonus, assuming that you all vote in the affirmative, we would start processing that tomorrow, and employees would probably see that next Tuesday in their accounts. And just briefly on this topic, and we touched on this back in December. The bonus, the mid-year market adjustment, the bonus really is a thank you. It's we recognize that 2021 was a very difficult year for a variety of reasons for our employees, and it really is a thank you for work already completed. The mid-year market adjustment is more of a short-term recognition of the challenges, staying competitive with similar employers in the area to both retain and recruit our employees. But then there is a third piece, which is much more long-term in nature, and that is the class and compensation study that Ms. Marshall is sponsoring, which really is meant to look more at the long-term systemic pay issues, compression issues, the various challenges that we have throughout the organization. And so that's sort of the third longer term and more expensive piece that will be coming along. And again, it will be expensive. It will take probably several years to actually implement the various pieces that come out of that, but certainly provides a roadmap for us to start looking at these things in a more systemic way, as opposed to what I call chasing the lump in the carpet and tapping it down here and having it pop up somewhere else. So this action tonight, the bonus and the mid-year market adjustment are really, are sort of short and maybe midterm sort of solutions, but there is this longer term piece that's going to be coming along as well.
Okay. So any other questions, issues? Is there a motion?
I would move to approve the fiscal year 21 year-end budget appropriation.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Robertson, introducing the item about our regular meeting schedule. Ready for us?
I am, yes. So each year, as part of the tasks that you need to take care of as a council for the upcoming year, is the task of establishing the dates, times, and locations of your regular city council meetings for the calendar year. And you do this every year. Sometimes the resolutions are fairly short and sweet. The city has approached this task over the years through a number of different ways. There's some provisions in the city code, some provisions in the council meeting procedures, but what almost every locality does is adopt a simple resolution once a year to set the date, time, and locations of regular meetings. The purpose of this is so that for purposes of FOIA, you don't have to establish and advertise every meeting date as it comes up. So you do it once with this resolution. That resolution is publicized, and then that is the public notice for the year of the date, time, and locations of each of your meetings. So in your council agenda materials, you first received one resolution that was fairly short. It had some dates. And then earlier this week, I sent out a lengthier resolution that has a little more detail in it. The resolution was also posted on the city's website with as an update to the agenda materials. And what I would recommend to you is that you consider approving the lengthier resolution, which goes into more detail about location, as well as the times of your meetings. We also are more specific that on the first and third Mondays of the month, all of your activities that you do on those dates are really part of a single meeting. You can, within a single meeting, have different segments of an agenda that start at different times. So to avoid having to do multiple sets of minutes, to avoid having to advertise every single closed meeting portion as a special meeting, we're recommending that you do this lengthier resolution to just make the public aware that on the first Monday of the month, you're going to have a meeting that starts at 5:30. At the third Monday of the month, you're going to have a meeting that starts basically at 4 o'clock. And then you'll have, on each of those dates, you handle different portions of your agenda, possibly at a different time. And this lengthier resolution ties all of that stuff up in a single package, but it is longer than the one that was originally presented to you.
Thank you. Counselors, any questions?
Lisa, what happens if we need to, often we've had to have sessions for longer than 5:30 to 6:30, just with either legal complication? How would we?
So doing it this way, all as part of a single meeting, just means that if you extend over, the public is just generally aware that while you might normally start the regular portion of your agenda at 6:30, if you haven't finished the preceding portion of the agenda, you'll just continue and you'll start the next segment when you finish up with the previous one. So this allows you to have your meetings a little more seamlessly without necessarily having to advertise that you're having 3 different meetings on a single date. It just really, as a practical matter, what you're doing is you're having a meeting and you're setting different portions of your agenda to start at different times. And that's really what you've always done. It's just for some weird reason, some of the components of that meeting agenda have been separately identified as a special meeting for even prior to COVID for some reason, but that's not how most people do it.
Yes, a question, Lisa. So this is the content of the email you sent us on Tuesday afternoon, right?
Yes. Mhm.
And is that being formally introduced into this meeting now via the packet, or did that already happen? I'm sorry.
Yes, Ms. Thomas, if you'll just confirm, when we sent it to you all, we posted it on the city's website at the same time.
Okay, so it's officially part of this conversation.
Right, if you
Looking
look
at it
on
right
the-
now.
Right, if you look on the city's website if you click on the link for the actual meeting, there's an option for a tab for agenda and files.
Okay.
So under those files, you'll see that attachment. We did this instead of posting a whole new packet because most people would have probably already opened and reviewed the full packet. So this is just another piece of that.
But it has been publicly available.
Yes.
Okay.
So if I'm happy to answer additional questions, but if someone would move the approval of the resolution that includes the date, time, and place of the regular meetings in accordance with the supplemental resolution that you received, that would be your action item.
Can we talk first about removing one of the, is this when we would talk about removing one of the dates for a break?
If you wanted to, yes. Mhm.
One or more.
One or more. If you want to be technical about it, you only have to have 6. But that's not what Charlottesville's always had 2 per month, but has decided, case by case, whether to not have the second meeting in a given month.
I know the last few years we have done away with the first meeting in July. In this case, it would come on July 5th because the Monday is July 4th. And would it be the pleasure of council that we say, let's take that off the calendar right now so that we can all make our plans for the summer?
I would say
I second that.
And I would even say potentially one of the winter ones, either the last in December or first in January, but that's just me.
You sort of have to have a meeting in January. And you're not, with this resolution, you don't extend into January of next year. So you get another bite at that apple.
Right.
Cool.
Okay, so if we take this and just say we're going to take out the meeting for July 5th, and we're going to make that decision now. Are people okay with that? Okay, getting thumbs up. Somebody want to make a motion?
I move that we delete that meeting as just described.
And otherwise use this resolution.
Yes.
Okay.
Should I restate that?
Nope. I think that Ms. Thomas, I suspect, knows what just happened. Do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Thomas, you want to take a vote?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay. So are we feeling like we're going to power on through, or anybody need a break?
I'm good.
Okay, let's keep going. Critical slope waiver, Brian Hluska.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. This is
Wearing a jacket. Is that, are you without power?
It's an NDS jacket. No, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Just wanted to rep the department.
Hey, all right.
This is a critical slope waiver for property located at 1221, 1223, and 1225 Harris Street. This is more commonly known as property adjacent to the Habitat for Humanity store. This application for critical slope waiver, the property was originally granted a special use permit by council several years ago. So this is in conjunction with that project. The critical slope waiver was heard by the Planning Commission on their consent agenda in December. So they unanimously approved it with no discussion at their regular meeting. And I can answer any questions you have about it. There are representatives of the applicant present, but they have no presentation. They just are available if there are questions that you want to direct to them.
Any questions, anybody?
I was fine with it.
I'm just curious, where do we stand in actually getting this project built? Are they getting close?
I believe they are. They have, so once this is the last time you would see it, the Planning Commission does need to see the site plan. When that does go to the Planning Commission, if you're looking at their agendas, it will be the final site plan. So that will be kind of the last public action on the project. Now, site plans are good for a period of 5 years. So at that point, it becomes whether the applicant, when they want to file their building permit. So sometimes we do see projects that sit for a while they kind of sort out financing and such, but they're very close in the review process. And like I said, this is the last item that comes to you, and the site plan review by the Planning Commission is a ministerial process.
Okay. So if nobody has any questions for either Mr. Haluska or the applicant, can we have a motion?
I move to adopt consideration of a critical, move to adopt the critical slope waiver request for 1223 Harris Street.
Second.
1221, 1223, and 1235. 1225, all three lots.
I was just reading the agenda.
Yeah. Okay. So we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. Last item on the regular agenda, designating the Maca apartment sites as a revitalization area. Alex, you
Yeah, good
ready to
evening,
go?
Councilor. Yeah, good evening, councilors. Earlier this evening, you considered a PUD application by a PHA for residential development at this site. And the request is to designate the area as a revitalization area. It's a routine request for folks applying for LIHTC funding from the state. The City Council has done this a few times for CRHA, for Friendship Court, PHA, and PHA is requesting a designation of this site as a revitalization area. It complies with the City Council vision statement and strategic plan, as well as guiding principles in the 2021 comprehensive plan. Staff is recommending approval of this request from PHA. If you have any question, I'll be glad to answer the question.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Ikefuna or others?
Yes, just what does the notion of a revitalization area, what does that mean or imply?
What it does essentially is just like Sunshine mentioned, the executive director of PHA earlier, that a financial support from the city helps their LIHTC application in terms of scoring This will be an added boost to the application for MACA for LIHTC credit. So if council designates that, it's going to help the application to score very well.
Okay, thank you.
I'll add also for you all to consider that what it does is it aligns with the city's priorities. It's a significant acknowledgement of the project is within an area that the city is targeted for redevelopment to meet some local demands or local needs.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions? If not, can we have a motion?
I move to designate the MACA apartment site as a revitalization area.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Can we have a vote then, Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. The next item of business is, I guess, to go back and deal with the boards and commissions for counselors to be serving on. And again, are we good to just keep on going? Okay, let's keep on going. I just gotta go pull up that email. I'm also noticing a suggestion. Perhaps you might consider tabling your boards and commissions discussion for tonight. I, as mayor, could designate a counselor or two to attend any meetings that come up before you all can discuss more. But perhaps allowing counselors to see what vacancies are open and then debate during a public meeting only when multiple folks want to sit. We actually have had a fair amount of this discussion already individually. I think we're probably pretty close. There are probably only a few places that where we would need to keep talking. I think we're ready to go. Other folks agree? Okay, so let's go back and find that place.
We're wanting to share screens on that.
I've got it up on Teams, Lloyd, if you want me to kind of read through them as we're going.
That's right. I keep forgetting it's on Teams. That's why I can't find it on the, okay. So looking through. Okay, so we've got the first item we come to. The CAD Advisory Board is inactive right now. We don't need to appoint anybody to that. The CRHA vacancy, Michael is the only one with an expressed interest. Is that still the case?
I could say for myself, I'm still interested in doing it.
Okay. Sounds like we're nominating you, Michael. Housing Advisory.
I think there was multiple interest, but CRHA sent in and some other sent in a recommendation and asked for Counselor Payne. And I think all other counselors were in agreement and wanted to honor that. Because
Right.
a number of other counselors did want to step up to that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. Okay, Housing Advisory Committee, we have one name down here, and that's Michael again. Then we come to the Legislative Committee, and Sina and I would both like to continue. The Measurement and Solutions Group, Sina is the only one to have expressed an interest. Minority Business Commission, Juan has 2 X's by his name, and Sina has 1 X by her name. Sina, do I infer from that you would defer to Juan?
I will defer to Juan.
Okay. Retirement Committee, Brian, you're interested in doing that? School capital projects. We've got 2 X's for Brian and for Juan, 1 X each for Michael and me. I will defer to either Brian, or I'll defer to anybody for that. If anybody wants to take that on, that more power to them.
Likewise, I'm willing to defer, and I assume we'll all be discussing this collectively plenty as well.
Very much so. Okay.
I would definitely like to participate in that if possible.
Okay.
I do have some questions on exactly what that group is doing. Just because is this a group though that we're gonna need one counselor who has been here and been very familiar with the budget issues that we've been facing? And one new counselor? I just get a little like, this is my one hesitation, is having both of our brand new counselors who haven't been involved in the last couple of years on the council side being there.
Well,
I think that's a valid point.
You think if we plan to have regular communication with the rest of the group, making sure we're looped in and maybe have an initial conversation, make sure we're all agree on the ground rules of, you know, what has been discussed, what the history is, so that we represent, you know, your intentions fairly.
I mean, it's that. It's just also more about the going into the meeting without that knowledge from what we've been struggling with on the council side of things
Yeah.
last 2 years. I mean, just that's my one caveat there.
No,
Is it's not that I don't trust both of you to come back and talk to us and everything, but the catching up on some of that background knowledge for both people, the first couple of meetings and such.
Well, and one of the things that, I mean, I know I've had this conversation with a number of you all over the last couple of weeks, is, you know, when council first put $50 million into the capital budget, we thought that we were putting in a figure that would fairly represent all of the amount of money that we could reasonably afford to spend on all of the school reconfiguration projects. And then it wound up going into the committee, and suddenly $50 million became not the ceiling, but the floor. And then it became the floor for just Buford, without considering Walker or the elementary schools. And then it became $60 million and $65 million and 70 and finally 75 million. And now that may not be enough. So one of the concerns that, just to be perfectly blunt, I don't know whether the concerns that I've had over the last year or so were ever getting represented in the discussions, so that, because when we would get information back from the committee, the only thing we ever heard was the amount of money was going up.
Yeah.
And Lloyd, I agree 100%, and that is my concern.
Well, you know, I just want to chime in. Part of that because we kept delaying the project, and now we're in the, you know, market now where it's really expensive to build, and you know, that's part of the reason that the cost has gone up. So,
well, it may be why it went up from 60 to 65 or 65 to 75, but the overall problem of the city's budget and how we construct our budget and how we construct our capital budget and how we came to have the $50 million placeholder in there. It wasn't just a number that we picked out of the air. It was a number that reflected what we honestly thought at the time. And I frankly still do think at the time, still do think represents sort of the maximum ability that we have, unless we get the school bump to the sales tax. If we get the school bump to the sales tax, then yes, $75 million can be done. But
I don't think we should get bogged down in this while we're choosing the representation on the committee, because this could take several hours just
Well,
to nail.
valid point. It is, however, the concern that Sina was addressing, that
And I will
offer, Mayor Snook, is just my own professional expertise. I think this is a place that I could help. And I think that Councilor or Vice Mayor Wade offers some continuity on the other side of the conversation. And I feel like, you know, I will do everything I can to make sure I'm looped into the discussions heretofore and so forth going forward. But if y'all feel like we need a different person than me on that committee, that's fine too.
And I will just say, Lloyd, again, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I would just, my biggest concern is just ensuring that the reality of our capital improvement projects, budget, and general fund are always in the conversation, just so that can help us get this done.
so.
And I was bringing this up just as, again, it was more about somebody who was coming already with 2 years of knowledge from it, and somebody who's also very passionate. And like, again, this is only about the one person bringing the knowledge directly to the meetings on, I don't, it's late. I'm sorry.
Well,
I just want
Lloyd,
you all
you-
to know that I trust everybody here. This is not about any of that. It's just, it really is just more about balancing, you know, catching up time during this, and that's all.
And yeah, I would echo that. I know, Lloyd, you put down an X. I mean, do you have an interest in doing it?
I
How
have
strong
some
is that
interest in
interest?
it. I would also, you know, if you would want to do it, Michael, I'd be happy to defer to you as well. I don't want it to be seen, well, I don't know, I'm not sure how. I think all 5 of us have an interest in the issue because we recognize that it is the single most important financial issue we've got in front of us over the next 5 years. And
So, yeah, I will offer the compromise that, Lloyd, you be the one constant, and Brian and I will tag team going, you know, attending the meetings, so that we don't have more than 3 there.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. I think it
I don't
needs
think we can do
continuity.
that. I
Yeah.
think we have to designate 2 counselors. I mean, it's not like we don't talk to each other afterwards about some of this stuff sometimes. It's not like it goes into a black hole of, especially if we make the commitment to, you know, communicate with each other on these things. And
think the one thing that I
find
could-
a less time consuming way for all of us to be communicating about the various boards and commissions we're representing.
I think it's a really good point. And I guess the other thing that I would offer Mayor Snook is just, I think that I would bring a sort of independence to the conversation that might be of value.
One other possibility, one other thing that was occurring to me that as I was thinking about kind of organizational issues, is that the Planning Commission does something that I think is worth considering, and that is that in every meeting they have each commissioner basically reports on the various committees that they are a part of, and they talk about what's going on in these other committees so that they have some sense of feedback to what else is going on. Maybe something like that, or some basic kind of, you know, keeping, well, of course, it's also a situation where the staff folks are involved too. I can't help but say that every time the only thing I ever heard from the school capital projects committee was the amount of money just went up, and never heard any sense that anybody was paying attention to the city's capital improvement budget bottom line. And if we can make sure that that concern gets fully and fairly represented, so that it's not just a question of, okay, let's talk about whether we can eliminate one extra doodad or another extra doodad. I just think if we don't get the sales tax bump, we've got real serious problems.
Understood.
And if I guess I would say, Brian, if you and Juan can represent the city's capital budget with that clear concern in mind, you know, I know we've talked a number of times recently about how $75 million basically means we have it's impossible to figure out how we're going to do affordable housing projects for the foreseeable future. And people say, oh, you can't trade off housing versus schools. That's not fair. But everything about governance is trade-offs.
Yeah,
everything is in a budget is a trade-off. And if you all can take that concern into that school capital projects committee meeting, particularly as there are going to be further discussions coming up about additional amounts of money, then I will defer to the two of you all, because you clearly both have the passion for it. I just want to make sure that the whole picture is going to get seen.
I think those are really good points, and I'm confident that Vice Mayor Wade and myself can rise to that.
Okay. And I should have asked, Ms. Thomas, are you making notes of all of this stuff for us?
I am.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So we'll have the school capital projects will be Pinkston and Wade. Social Services Advisory. Juan, you've expressed an interest in that?
Yes.
You even put 2 X's by it, so you must.
Yeah.
Okay. The jail board, we've got either Juan or Sina.
I think Sina can.
I have actually
that.
just realized we do not, as we were going, I actually want to. So I was looking at that and I was looking, but I realized I don't know when all of these boards meet and the times they meet. So I don't know if we have in times signed up for conflicting board dates.
If you look all the way out to column I and J, it says meeting time and meeting place. So you've got a wide enough screen, you can see it. But of course, so many of them, the schedules have been rejiggered. I don't know. So the jail board would be the second Thursday every other month.
I mean, I had interest in the jail board, but I'm much more interested actually in the EBD. I'm in the justice board.
CACJB, yeah, okay.
So I'm happy to like split that as, you know, sharing that duty.
Okay.
If you would like that, the jail board one.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. The visitors, Convention Visitors Bureau, we've got double X's for Sina and Juan and the single X for me. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to defer. If some of you are thinking, gee, I'm getting a lot of these things, I'm not sure I really want to do that one too.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I certainly could do it, but I think Sina, if that's something that you want to do, I'm fine with you having it. You know, we'll be getting updates and things like that. So.
Okay, so on the CACVB, we have, Sina, are you still up for that? Is that still a 2 X's for you?
Sorry, I'm flipping back and forth the screens and I keep trying to unmute and it's complicated. Yes, I am fourth Monday of every month from 2 to 4.
Does that work for you?
No, it doesn't. Actually. Juan, you want to switch? I'll take jail board and you take visitors board?
Yes.
I had said I was willing to do the tourism.
Oh,
thing.
okay. Well, then fine. You do the visitors board, Lloyd.
Okay.
But Juan had 2 X's by it. That's why I wanted to see if.
Yeah. So if she's not taking it, Lord, I would like to step in.
Okay, go for it.
All right, I'll do
you
I'll do
can't
jail
do the
board.
Okay.
I'll do jail board.
We're getting a couple of things that have gotten removed here. A13 is supposed to be the jail board. And I don't even remember what A10 was. Oh, A10 was the school committee, capital committee.
Did I get confirmation on the jail board? I'm not sure if Juan agreed to switching that one.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Wade. You did. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Scholarship program. That's something that both Juan and I have been on for, I've been on for just 2 years. Juan's been on since the beginning of time, it seems.
Yeah. I didn't, I think I let that one for you, sir.
Okay. If you don't mind, Brian, I'll just keep that one.
Sounds fine.
Okay. Dardentow Park Committee, I'm on there and Brian wants to be on there too. And we get 2 committee members. This is a very hard-hitting committee that met exactly twice to talk about pickleball courts. And so Brian and I will be the pickleball czars for the city of Charlottesville. Java, Sina.
It doesn't actually require a city councilor to be on it. I was going through the various from our onboarding books. Dardentow just requires 2 appointees by the city. It doesn't require councilors. And the Jefferson Area Board for the Aging also does not require a councilor.
Huh.
But I mean, I would like to represent the city on it if
that's fine.
We can.
I just wanted to bring that up, that we have some boards that we've had counselors on that we don't actually need to have counselors on.
All right. So we're gonna, but Juan wants to do Java, so Juan can have Java. Criminal Justice Board, Sina wants to do it. You got it, kiddo. The LEAP Board, Michael, you still good for that? Juan is also on that.
Yeah,
in that.
I'm interested in still doing it, but it's not my top priority. Go ahead.
So which one was that again?
The LEAP Board.
Oh yeah, no. As things are filling up, Michael, you can do that one.
Okay. All right. The MPO. I'd like to continue on that, and either Brian or Michael.
Definitely still interested. I know, I've chaired it and am going off, at least for myself. I found it a little bit of a learning curve, but Brian, if you're particularly interested, I can defer to you on that.
Sure. I mean, are you interested in it?
Yeah, I would say I think it's sort of connected a little bit with the Planning District Commission, and I'm more interested in the Planning District Commission than MPO. That's sort of where I'm coming from.
Okay. Do those 2 intersect at all?
A little. Lloyd could provide some perspective. There's overlap in staff and some of what they work on, but they are separate.
The MPO also is tied in with the Transportation Partnership. That's something that Brian and I had both expressed an interest in.
Yeah, so. I'll do that and not the Thomas Jefferson.
That works for me.
Okay. And I would likewise defer. So MPO, we've got Brian and me.
Regional Housing Partnership. Michael, you want to continue on it with me?
Yep.
Okay. Regional Transportation Partnership, Brian and me. Rivanna
Skipped over
Corridor.
PHA,
Oh, skipped over PHA, you're right.
which
And
is another one that doesn't require a counselor, and actually the person needs to get voted onto by their board. And Michael has been voted onto it by their board.
Yeah, we don't appoint it. Their resident advisory committee votes. And so given that, I mean, really, I will defer to the decision that their resident advisory committee makes.
Well, assuming that they say yes, you've got it.
I'm
From our side.
I'm willing to do it. And Juan,
Good.
if you're particularly interested, I mean, even raise a conversation if we want 2 people, I don't know, whatever.
Okay. The Rivanna Corridor Planning Steering Committee. I don't even know what that's all about.
So both this one and yeah, there was one below it that looks like got deleted. I'm on them. If no one else wants to do it, I'm willing to do it. In the time I've been on council, they've met very irregularly. And that's sort of the state of it. I mean, the big picture vision is important because it's about what we're going to be doing with the Rivanna River and the development around it and sort of the long-term planning and protection of that as an asset. But I'll be honest, it hasn't met very often, and I haven't been as active as ideal. So if no one else wants to, I'm willing to continue. But if others are particularly interested, go for it.
Apparently it calls for 2 members. I've long been interested in the concept of why the city just sort of ignores the Rivanna as an asset and what could we do to use it as an asset. So I think
You want
I would
to
be interested
do
in
it
serving
together?
on with you. Yeah, on both of those, whatever the distinctions between them may be, we'll find out as we go, I guess. Solid Waste Authority and the Water and Sewer Authority, I've been on for the last 2 years. Brian has a professional interest in it all as an engineer and all that kind of stuff. I will say I have learned a lot, but I don't know that I've contributed a whole heck of a lot, probably just because it's a learning curve and I'm just kind of getting there. But Brian, if you would like to be the city's representative on both of those boards, I would defer to you. You've got the professional expertise to be of greater assistance to people, I think.
Okay, thank you.
TJ PDC, we decided it was going to be Michael, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I accidentally erased number 26 and I don't know what it was.
It's another Rivanna committee.
Yeah, Rivanna River.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
the Rivanna River one?
River Basin or something.
Water planning?
I note that there's a Rivanna report on the Planning Commission agenda for next week that I haven't read, but I just downloaded it. So maybe it's about to start something happening.
Yeah, no, it was previous city manager put some emphasis on it, and their technical committee, separate from these two, has been doing a lot of work for a while. It's been Planning District Commission heavy involvement.
Okay. So then Virginia Career Works, Sina would like to do, correct?
Yeah, I'm interested in the economic development
Okay.
possibility.
And then Virginia First Cities, Sina with me as an alternate. Is that good with everybody? I know, Sina, you've been getting into the statewide stuff.
Yeah. Seeing y'all tomorrow morning. Presenting the opening.
Okay.
How many am I on now?
So that's it. We've apportioned everything.
6, 7. We haven't apportioned number 26.
That's the Rivanna River Basin thing Michael and I are going to do.
Okay, and who's going to do the Rivanna Corridor Planning Steering Committee?
Both, same thing. We're not quite sure what the distinction is between the 2 committees, but we're going to take care of both of them.
Okay.
Okay. So Keena, you've got all this written down?
I do. I would like clarification from city attorney whether there needs to be a motion for this.
I think we've got it set up as though there would be a motion of all of them all at once and a second and then a vote.
I think that's fine.
So,
Through this with you real quick and make sure I've got the correct names and everything too.
yeah,
Our lists are the same. So I've got CRHA, Payne, Hack, Payne, Legislative Committee, Snook McGill, Measurement and Solutions Group, which hasn't even ever, we haven't met since the pandemic. McGill, and it might not keep existing, just push it out there. Minority Business Commission, Wade. Retirement Commission, Pinkston. Capital Schools Projects, Pinkston and Wade.
yeah,
Social Services Advisory Committee, Wade. ACRJ Jail Board, McGill. Visitors Bureau and Convention Center, Wade. Scholarship,
that's just me.
okay, you're staying on that one.
Yeah,
Darden Tao, Pinkston and Snook. Jabba, Wade. Criminal Justice Board, Cena. LEAP, Payne. MPO.
Brian and me, I think.
Yeah.
So, okay, Brian is staying, Brian's on the MPO. Michael's stepping off the MPO.
Yeah, and Lloyd will be the second.
Right. Piedmont Housing Alliance, Payne, maybe Wade, maybe both, depending on how they vote. Regional Housing Partnership. Payne and Snook continues. Regional Transportation Partnership. Pinkston and Snook. Ravenna Quarter Planning, or let's see, Ravenna Quarter Planning Steering Committee. Payne, Snook. Ravenna River Basin. Payne and Snook. Ravenna Solid Waste. Pinkston and Snook.
It's just Pinkston.
Just Pinkston, okay. Ravenna Water and Sewer, is that also Pinkston?
Yep, just Pinkston.
Just making sure.
Yep.
TJPDC was Payne. Virginia Career Works, me, and Virginia First Cities, me and Snook.
Yep.
Is that what
So
you have,
the-
Tina?
Yes.
Well, just one comment, that's what I have as well, is that I don't have to be considered for PHA board. I think that my cupboard is full, so Michael could be the consideration for that, but
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. With that
Is
amendment,
anybody looking at their now list and feeling overwhelmed or feeling a little underwhelmed? Sorry, I'm not running the meeting.
I'm good.
Okay.
Everybody else good?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, Sina, I think you just made a motion, did you not?
That's what I was going to clarify. I move to accept this list as the appointments of counselors to said boards and commissions as I just spoke them.
Do I have a second?
Yeah. I second it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shall we have a vote, Ms. Thomas?
Counselor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Pinkston,
Yes.
Mayor Snook,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wade.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 5-0. We have no other items of general business. Any other business items for consideration? Any questions for city managers to follow up on? Hearing none, we're now at the final speaking opportunity for members from the public. Speakers will be given up to 3 minutes. You may join the speaker queue by selecting the raise hand option in the Zoom webinar or by pressing *9 if you have joined by phone. Do we have any interest?
The first person with their hand raised is Don Gathers. Don, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. Welcome to City Business and City Affairs. Just wanted to touch on a few things. Please, and I'm sure that you all are already aware of this, you were elected and in many ways hired to come in and do the business of the city. That does not mean direct your efforts towards civility, but to doing the business and the affairs of the city. Doesn't mean silencing or quieting those loudest in the city, but making sure that they are heard. Excuse me. Citizens demand and deserve to be heard and have actions followed up on. Kind of concerned about some of the comments about the 5th Street corridor. No one's out there treating it as though it was a highway. People are dying. And I just want to make sure that we're not looking at that at all flippantly. Folks have lost loved ones for years along that corridor, and something really needs to be looked at, examined, and taken care of. And it's not to compare it to anywhere else in the city. We just need to deal with that issue as it presents itself. Also was concerned about the issue of setting and meeting notification. I think that the citizens deserve to know what the agendas are for any meetings that you have, unless they specifically revolve around personnel issues. So if there's a meeting, I think that the citizenry deserves to know exactly what that meeting is or what's involved in that particular meeting. So I really hope something will be looked at with that. And while I'm happy that you all took steps to give the hardworking employees of the city some additional funding. I really wish that we would look at doing something to try to help and abate the citizens right now who are dealing with electrical outages. We're just at the onset of winter. We may continue to look at this throughout the next several months, and we might need some warming stations somewhere set up. And that's not only the citizens who have their homes and who are losing electricity, but let's look at the homeless population as well, who are suffering on a nightly basis. We really need to take a hard look at doing something for people in these adverse situations. So I applaud you for considering the employees of the city, but let's look at other folks in the city who have been adversely affected as well. All right. Thank you all very much. Oh, please. And there was one other thing. I'm hoping that at the next meeting at the latest, you all really will take a hard look at the whatever acronym you're using now, COB, PCRB, whatever you're calling it now, and really take a look at the functionality and the legitimacy of that group. Those emails are damnable. There's just no two ways about it. You might need to really look at and consider as soon as possible reconstituting that group. It's toxic in its form right now. And I'm equally concerned with the membership of the group, as well as the silence coming from the executive director. So I really hope that you all will take all of that in consideration and put together a functioning group with the assistance and the input of the citizens of the city, just as the original CRB was constituted. Thank you all very much.
Next person to speak is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
So I also want to touch, because you can't get everything out in 3 minutes during the first public comment, but the CRB emails. First off, Lloyd, you're very much involved with all of that because you played a very vital role in Chief Brackney's removal with your so-called inside information on how you knew about the special meeting. You all are definitely allowing the current members on the CRB to do whatever the PBA wants. Unacceptable. Definitely unacceptable. I can see that we're going to have another 4 years with dealing with a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability. We right back to where we were with Mike Signer and previous council members. And yes, I'm name dropping. And some of y'all, I could drop y'all name, I'm tired of even saying it. You knew people coming on. You already know what you signed up for. And I know y'all hate to see my name. You hate to see me coming. You don't even answer my phone calls no more. I'm cool with it. Don't email, don't text, don't do none of that, because y'all know people are going to pull your information. And you will slip. You'll forget and you'll slip. We're going to catch y'all like we caught everybody else. The fact that you all aren't bringing employees back before, that was one of the issues, that you're not bringing employees back because of the COVID surges. That was one of the issues that a former city manager dealt with a lot of gripe from it and eventually walked away from the whole organization. But y'all at peace with it now. Ain't nobody complaining or fussing about it, no, none of that. And a whole lot of y'all had a whole lot to say back in 2020 when the pandemic first happened. Y'all got to choose where y'all want to stand at. Because as leaders, y'all supposed to be leaders. Y'all say, so y'all say. But clearly, all the facts and evidence say that you're not. 1 minute you sway one way, the next minute you sway a different way. And everybody else can fall up off of y'all. I don't got nothing to do with what nobody else do. But y'all know I'm on y'all heels. Hard as ever. Sam and Ashley, on y'all's too. It's just unacceptable how y'all sway. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's why I call y'all the in crowd. If a majority of the in crowd don't like somebody, the whole in crowd gonna get together to force them out. Somebody doing their job the right way and the in crowd don't like it, even if they doing the right thing, y'all gonna run to Lisa or whoever else to try to get them up out of there. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. That's not what you're elected for. You're elected to represent people. You're elected to run a city, to create policy. You don't even run the city. Let me make that correction. City manager does. But y'all don't know how to stay out of operations.
Ms. Hudson, your time is up.
You didn't stop Don, Lloyd. Don went on for an extra minute. You didn't stop Don. Don't do me like that, because you didn't stop Don. You didn't. Do your job and do it right. Do your job and do it right. Good night. Goodbye. You didn't stop Don, like I said.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next speaker is Robin Hoffman. Robin, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody, and congratulations for everything, and thank you for your dedication. I just wanted to say that I've been observing a lot of things that happened because of the storm. I wanted to add that I think this is going to be the new norm, that people just raided all of Stop and Shop from the county, took all the water out. There was no water at all. I mean, the shelves were empty. People were destitute, in their homes without any power, especially if they had wells and things like that. So this is a new norm. What I'm trying to say is that so is the virus, so is the COVID, so is this pandemic, because we're not taking or adapting to the climate change or any of this. I think that lessons learned, people don't want to not travel. People don't want to stay home for 6 weeks and let this go away. They'd rather not take the vaccine. They never, so whatever. I think we now have a situation where we need to have more urgent cares. Oliver Kuttner came up with this plan to put trailers and vacant properties of the city and things like that. I think we need to look at that as a priority, because the new norm is also these trees that fell down. They shouldn't have been anywhere near the wires. First of all, we were used to prune them. We're not pruning them annually. And it could have been a fire. Those trees were dry. And so that's why they fell in the first place. We haven't had water. So this is the type of thing I think should be your priority here. Not so much, beautifying things as much as making them more functional, put solar. And I didn't hear one thing about energy saving buildings and that sort of thing. So anyway, I'm sorry to say that at this time of night, but I didn't have a chance to earlier. But anyway, thank you for your service, and thank you, David, for taking the role of the interim deputy communications. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
And the next person to speak is Constance Johnson. Constance, you have 3 minutes with City Council.
Hi, good evening. Since it's rather late, I've modified what I'm going to say. First, I'd like to thank all of you council members and for the people in the city government for your willingness to serve our city. And I really appreciate it. And I know you all are committed to your jobs, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about the MACA PUD that was on the thing tonight. At first, going through the process with the developers and then with the planning commission, I don't feel like it's because of COVID. I've really missed the opportunity to speak in person with people and draw off of each other and find out new things and things you didn't know and make more informed decisions. So I'm really missing that, having to do all this on Zoom. I haven't written my letter to you yet, but I will. And also my sister, who's a resident of Davis Avenue, also at a different address. Back to the 2017, when the PUD requested, then all of our neighbors, at least the ones that I was in contact with, were committed to having affordable housing, but that project was not a fit for minutes. I'll write in my letter. But I wanted to say the process of going through this planning commission and everything, there were a lot of comments about the fact that we had questions meant that we were against affordable housing, and that is not the case. My plea for you to consider all of everything that's submitted, and I would like for you all to come up and walk that property, drive the streets, particularly up Davis Avenue. They've left the door open for traffic to scoot back and forth between MACA and Davis Avenue, which is very dangerous. And do that. It's very dangerous. It's nerve-wracking. So and some of the drawings presented tonight, I think, were misleading. So I'd like for you to go up there and look and see, particularly like the houses that are on the property already on the corners. They're losing all of the backyards. Therefore, all of the trees are coming down because there'll be housing in there. Large old trees and on the side of the stone house. So right there, that wasn't reflected on the picture that the gentleman showed tonight. So, and there are other areas like the green area. What he showed didn't show parking. That's surrounded by parking. So anyway, I'll have other things to say, but I just would really encourage you and ask that you go up and walk the property with your maps and ask her questions and see what it's like to be up there and to drive those streets, and for the safety issue too. So like I say, I went off my script, but that's pretty much what I wanted to say. And again, thank you. It's late. My sister was going to speak, but she had to go to bed. She has some health issues. So I'm sure some of the other people I'm speaking for are also in bed at this hour, but thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Snook, I see no additional hands raised.
Okay, well, then we will close the public comment period, and I can't think of any reason not to adjourn. We're adjourned, people. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. See you in the morning.
Yep.
Good night.